Oh. Anything good? Yeah, I think everything's good. That a little closer. All right. Hey, hey everybody. As always, JR here with with our long winding road going through my Life is Strange tier list over here. uh thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much for all the support. You don't know how much it means. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Ah, woo. Ah, this time, cause last time we went very long last time. So this time I need to fill up on some energy this time. Oh yeah. There you go. Alrighty. Okay. Where's the? Uh, hmm. Hold on. Let me get and put another chair next to me so that way I can put out my plate. Because I don't want to get Max, Chloe, and Rachel messed up. You know. There you go. There you go. Okay. At least that way, I can easily grab my food when I'm ready to take another take another bite. Uh, I don't know. The last stream I was not planning for the stream to run like 9 hours. I was not expecting that. Like by far, last stream was the longest. The last episode of this tier list was the longest stream I've done, like ever. so so that was totally unplanned, like at all. But I thank you all for the very in-depth discussions and stuff that we did and whatnot. Because this for all the people that have played all these. well, I'm glad the stream helped you sleep. but uh, but yeah, for anyone who has played, any of the Life is Strange games or read like any of the comics or the novels or whatnot, it is it is definitely the type of franchise that you can sit and definitely talk hours and hours and hours about because this franchise does give you so much that you can just debate back and forth with so many people on almost an infinite amount of different things. Doo-doo-doo. But in any case, last time, this before all the big discussions and everything got underway during the last about like halfway through our stream in the last episode. Uh, this was where the tier list landed on for characters so far. So we're gonna see where everyone else is going to land on, especially now since some viewers contacted me who were playing some of the games, which is one of the reasons why I kind of skirted around certain characters, because they were in the middle of like playing some of these games and stuff, and I didn't want to extremely spoil a lot of stuff, because obviously since we're discussing characters and stuff, spoilers are going to be a given when you do like these in-depth tier lists and stuff like this. So, you know. Mm-mm. Yeah. Usually cuz usually my streaming schedule is not entirely like cemented like one way or the other. So I pretty much kind of play it by ear, and try to fit it in when I can, cuz you know life can be very strange and get in the way, you know. So yeah, yeah, no problem. Hey, hey, I don't, I'm not a comedian, but hey, 'cause this is also the franchise that has a bunch of corny jokes, so I take it as I'm very on brand. But yeah. So let's see. I think we got. Yeah, I remember you said you've been sick for a while and stuff. So yeah, as I said last time, I know how much it sucks to you know preparing yourself for something, and then you get sick like right when you're getting close to that thing that you've been planning for and anticipating. Yeah, definitely. Like you never want your anticipation or your desire for something to get in the way of your health, you know, because depending on how that goes, that is a very dangerous thing um, to roll those dice on. So you definitely do want to put your health first, you know. Because for a little bit of a similar story was I believe it just happened like this earlier this summer. I got sick. Like for whatever reason, I just caught like the most random like flu and stuff. And I go to uh what was it? The anime convention, Anime NYC in New York City, pretty much every year. Like it's one of the conventions that I go to every year with also my friends and stuff because I got them to like experience the convention scene and whatnot, and they really loved it. And then now they always want to go with me every year to like these conventions and stuff. So I got sick pretty much like before the convention. Like I forget, like it was like I think I had like a week or two right before the convention. And I was literally going through everything I can to at the very least make sure I don't look like a sick mess and I'm not like aggressively coughing and my nose is running and I'm sneezing and hey, I'm doing great. Uh, but yeah, so I definitely know. I definitely know about how it feels to be sick and really anticipating uh, doing something, and then you know that the sickness getting in the way of you doing that. Uh, I do feel sorry that what you've what you've been trying to try to help you get over your sickness and everything wasn't effective enough to get to get you there. So, but hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully you can use this this experience as a way to when you get better to motivate you to be like, all right, in the next game I'm going to I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna be you know I'm gonna make up for like for not being able to do it last time. But yeah, but let's see. All right, a little bit of a recap because I know these from most of you probably have seen uh especially by the title of this video. Uh, I've been doing this tier listing for a while. Oh boy, the system. It's like it's almost like you know me so well because you referencing Blade is amazing because that is one of my favorite comic book movies of all time. Uh, but uh, but yeah. So a little recap of the previous tier list that I have finished. Oh yeah, I haven't well, even though the oh wait, when you say Blade series, you need to specify. You're talking about just the movies or the actual Blade TV show because there was a Blade TV show. Oh, okay. Have you seen the Blade TV show or did you even know that it existed? Oh, okay. Okay, so you did know that it exists, but you just haven't seen it. Okay. Um okay, so for all the new people, okay. For all the new people, we did. This is the. Oh, excuse me. We are currently on the character tier list. The character tier list, which is this is how much we've gone through so far. But I have gone through the soundtrack tier list, and I've gone through the episodes slash chapter tier list for all the games, including DLC and stuff like that. So this is what these tier lists ended up as by the end. So this was soundtracks. So this is where I ranked the soundtracks of all the Life is Strange games. I'll let you take a moment to see that and proceed to judge me on my taste in music. um, funny you say you thought the that double exposure would have been higher. The main difference is like yes, it's a very double exposure is a very good soundtrack. To prove how much of a good soundtrack it is, hold on. Let me switch. Oop, hold on. Boop, boop. There we go. This is the the collector's edition of the vinyl soundtrack that Square Enix had exclusively on their store page. So, well, now that I have it out, I might as well just I might as well just show the stuff for anyone that doesn't know what comes in this. Come on, Max. I'm trying not to. Max, I'm trying not to break you. Give me a break. Uh, so. So here is here's the actual vinyl. You could probably tell by the massive glare on this thing. I have not opened it. So this vinyl is still perfectly factory sealed. It's funny you say Amanda. Hold on. Uh, and we got. Oh, where are all of them? Hold on, guys. I have to cover you for a minute. Oh, there it is. Okay. So we got what was it? These little cardboard character screenshots. So obviously we got our girl Max here. We got Diamond. Considering certain people just finished Double Exposure, I think this character has a whole new meaning by the end of that. Speaking of characters that have a whole new meaning. Hence why I was being vague. Oh, and System. Just because you mentioned her earlier, guess who's on the back of this one? And let's see, we also got, there's like 4 of these cardboards, so this will be the 3rd one. So we got Moses. And before I turn this one around, anyone wants to take a guess who's the character behind Moses? Oh no, Max was the first one. Max was the first cardboard one. Hmm. Seems like nobody got the correct answer. Alrighty. So does anyone know which character is gonna be behind Moses here? Oh, all right. Here we go. Are we? Oh. System says Vin. Well, let's see who is right. 3, 2, 1. Seems like System is the winner. And the last last little cardboard we got. Oh, was that a disadvantage? Hey, hey, I don't think system cheated by looking it up on the internet. I trust that's not what system did. I'm pretty sure they didn't look at it. So, and last but not least, we got Gwen. Who was displayed Van over Moses. Oh, yeah, that's true. That is true. So last but not least, for the cardboards that come with the soundtrack, we got we got Gwen, and this one might be an obvious one. Okay. Okay. I was about to say take a guess, but it seems like System was already ahead of me. So, let's see. 3, 2, 1. Yes, it is Lucas. Which kind of makes sense because it's the two teachers. So, why wouldn't you have the two teachers together, I guess? And boo this man. Hey, Lucas will always have for his saving grace is he is not Jefferson. And technically not technically not Jonah either. And I have the money that should have been belonged to Maya. Yeah. But then again, I think extremely suggestive sexual assault, I think, and murder, I think trumps a lot. And one of and a nice another little trinket that the collectors that this vinyl set comes with is Max's owl pin that she wears on her coat. So yeah, nice little thing for the owl pin. And there you go. Get that owl pin in there. Nathan was 100% responsible for Rachel. Jefferson, if you remember, point blank admits that he killed Nathan. And he was planning on killing Max, and he did kill Chloe. Uh, and yeah, Nathan was the first person Jefferson killed. Because remember, by the time Chloe and Max are at the party, Jefferson has already killed Nathan. Because he used Nathan's phone to text Max about the junkyard, about getting rid of Rachel's body. So uh, that way Max and Chloe are going to go to the junkyard because he had to make sure they were in an isolated area, so that way there was no witnesses. But on that note, the last big thing that comes in this vinyl set is something similar. If you've ever had the limited editions, the physical limited editions of the well, I think they had it on Xbox also, but I have them on PS4. So for me, the PS4 limited editions of the original Life is Strange and Before the Storm, when they originally came out physically. Because if you remember, each of them came with something similar to this, a art book in the style of the main character journals. So just like the original Life is Strange limited edition that came with young Max's journal from the first game, Double Exposure comes with older Max's journal. So it's in the journal style, but obviously on the inside you have like all the concept art and stuff like that. So you get like all the backgrounds. Pretty much every character kind of gets like a thing. You also have this map, specifically of the snapping turtle, but the snapping turtle's so small you don't really need a map. But it would have been helpful if Max actually had a map of like Caledon at some point that she could just easily like whoop out instead of having to be in the courtyard and literally go to the info board to see a map. You think since she works at the school, hey, you think that since she works at the school, she would have a map always on her just in case. But yeah, so we got so many of these. Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, so you got so many of these. Ooh, that would have been interesting to see. If you see, what is it? Where can I? This one. If you see this artwork, this concept art, it seems like this may have been a deleted sequence because the person Max is looking at has like a Krampus mask on. So it seems like that this may have been something that was planned maybe for the nightmare sequences, and it never really happened. It probably got cut in probably got cut at some point in development. Ooh. And I'm glad uh I'm probably glad this shot probably got cut because cuz double exposure already has way too many uh way too many parallels to the original game, which I'm glad that they kind of like cut some of it because they're because if you can see this concept art down here, this is very similar to the shot of Max and Chloe at the lighthouse looking out at the storm. Well, at the tornado. Because in here, it's they're kind of tiny, but it is Max and Safi here. And that's pretty much what the back looks like. Okay, time to put you away. Okay, time to carefully put you away. Oh. Careful, Max. These flaps are very sensitive. There we go. Alright, now to put this back on my shelf. Plus also, because I showed my physical edition of Double Exposure in the last episode. If you pre-ordered, I believe it was GameStop that you had to pre-order the physical version from. But if you picked up your pre-order, if you actually did get the pre-order, you actually got this steelbook as a bonus. So if you, and what does the inside, and this is pretty much the inside. Pretty much the snapping turtle. So if you were able to get, to pre-order the game on, from GameStop, I believe. I believe GameStop was the only one that was doing it. Then you got this steelbook for free. And thankfully, the steelbook actually came in this nice plastic bag to keep it from getting scratched and messed up. See? There you go. And if you were, and because I mentioned them earlier, and they're technically right on my shelf next to pretty much all my Life is Strange stuff I have literally sitting on the top of one of my shelves behind me. Because this is where all the plushies and everything sit. Like, they all sit in a nice, like, row across my shelves. Is the limited editions that I just mentioned. So this is Before the Storm, and this is all the stuff it came with. Because this came with a mixtape feature. Oh sure, no problem, no problem. We're most likely gonna be here for a while, so so you're good. Well, these box sets are thick because they had the game, because they had the game and the art books in them, so they kind of had to be big. But the Before the Storm one comes with the DLC costumes for Chloe to wear. It comes with oh, also in these also have some of the soundtrack on CD. So there's also a CD in here. In each of these, I believe. Yeah, in each of these, there's a CD in here. Along with the art book. Uh, what was it? A mixtape. It also came with the farewell bonus episode in here. Uh, and you also got the first episode of the original Life is Strange for free included in this. For some reason, even though the original Life is Strange, the first episode is still available for free to this day. So it's like, you technically didn't even pay extra for need to even have to pay anything to get that first episode anyway. And the sad part about the remastered versions of these games, of both of these games, is some of the special features that's included in the games themselves were not included in the remastered versions of the games. Like, for instance, the mixtape feature, where you can yes, the remastered versions pack in all the previous DLC content for the games, except certain things, which is what I'm about to cover. I'm about to cover some of the differences of what you don't get. So as I was saying, Before the Storm doesn't the remaster doesn't give you the mixtape function, and the mixtape function is you pretty much get the a list of the entire soundtrack of Before the Storm, and you could pretty much pick your favorite songs, and those are the songs that are going to like play. I believe they only play during I think it's like the moment of calm moments, those moments where you're like sitting around and you're just like enjoying the music. I believe that's what the where the mixtape function comes in, is that it'll only play the songs that you selected on the mixtape. So yeah, that is not included in the remastered version of Before the Storm. That DLC function you don't get. Very sad though, because as you can see from my tier list, as you can see from my tier list, Before the Storm is right at the tippy top of my favorite soundtracks in all of these games. So yeah. So the fact that the fact that that the the mixtape function wasn't included in the remastered version really sucked. when I went into the remastered version and that wasn't available to me, I was like, oh, I was very disappointed. um. And as for the original Life is Strange, uh, the as we know, the original Life is Strange didn't have DLC content technically that we think of as DLC content for the game, but they did have. You're not able to see it though, but let's see. You're probably not going to be able to even read that. It's right above the mixtape. I mean the CD. It says director's commentary. So the original version actually had a full blown commentary about the entire game. So, and that is not in the remastered version either. So, yeah. Okay, yeah. Sadly, in the remastered version, you don't have the commentary is not in the game. So, that really sucks. But yeah, because this is the CD for the original game, which if you notice is in the same style as the CD that Max and Chloe actually make in the game when they were younger. And if you notice, and this is how many songs are on it, by the way. So it's about 22 songs, and what was it? What do we got here? We got Sid Mathers, To All of You, of course, because you have to have that. What was it? We have Crosses. Obviously, we also have Santa Monica Dream, Piano Fire, Something Good, Mount Washington by Local Natives. What was it? Luna, Bright Eyes. What was it? Kids Will Be Skeletons. In My Mind. Mountains. Got Well Soon. The Sense of Me. Obviously, we have to have Spanish Sahara. Jesus Christ. Just hearing that song is already like I need tissues. Uh, Obviously Sid Mathers is Obstacles again, obviously. And then we also have some of the actual music that was actually made for the game is also on this CD. Because we have Golden Hour, The Storm, Blackwell Academy, Kate, Timeless, Timelines, Nightwalk, and Max and Chloe. Obviously, you have to have Max and Chloe's theme in here. And obviously, like I mentioned before, a little art book in the style of Max's journal from the original game. And let's see. So you got all this nice little concept art here. Let me see if they... Oh. If you notice, in this concept art, you have there you go, Alyssa here. And if you notice, in this concept art, Alyssa had blue hair. Anything? Is there anything? If they have any, do they have any cut content in here? Oh yeah, they actually do. What was it? uh, Maybe. They probably thought that having two girls with the same hair dye would be a little confusing. So they're like, just change her hair to like purple. But yeah, here we have this little bit of cut content. Because if you can see in this concept art, Max is in a hospital gown, and she's apparently Max was the original Daniel, because if you notice in this concept art, she looks like she's using telekinesis on that bus. But yeah, the story behind this concept art is that originally, when Max leaves the dark room, where after David comes and gets her out, David was actually supposed to take Max to the hospital, and then Max was supposed to like break out of the hospital to get to where we would eventually get to with the diner and all that stuff. So there was supposed to be more going on. Is there anything else here? Nope. Okay. is, what is this one? And as for this one, this one isn't much in universe, pretty much, but you do have the cool ravens and stuff coming out of the hair and stuff. So at least the cover of the CD is really cool. And then this one has less songs in it. This one has 15 on the CD. And we got what was it? We got Flaws. We got I Don't. We got Glass. We got Black Flies. Which, when I hear Black Flies, oh, it just brings me back to that ending to Farewell. Jesus Christ. Yet again, I can't hear that song. Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it. You're fine. But yeah, when I see when I hear Black Flies, oh, I need to have tissues with me. It just, the waterworks just go, because the Farewell ending just keeps playing in my head the whole time. We got Youth. We got what was it? Through the Cellar Door. We got All I Wanted. No Below. A Hole in the Earth. Taking You There. Burn It Down. Bros. No Care. Don't Mess With Me. And Are You Ready For Me? So that's how much of the soundtrack is on here. And let's see. Okay, there we go. Put that there. And then we got, well, this one isn't necessarily in the style of Chloe's Journal, but still got a really cool cover to the art book. And this one, let's see a little nice little shot of our girls. Our little how did well, that's in the first game, but what else is here? Is there any cut content in Before the Storm's art book? Not really. Looks like everything is. Yeah, no problem, Bao. You're good. You're good, Bao. No problem. No. There's nothing really. Yeah, there is no. Yeah, this one didn't have any interesting cut content in it, sadly. But yeah, a lot of really cool artwork and stuff in here. You know, concept art. What's also good about these, that I did with these, is even though inside of these, I obviously don't have my physical versions of these games inside these boxes. I did put in some video game cases in here, so that way these boxes are still nice and sturdy. Wow, that's a lot of work. Oh, I definitely know. I definitely know how it feels to be having a bunch of homework and not enough time to get it done, or for whatever reason you couldn't get it done as early as you wanted to, and then you're just putting it all at putting it all like out of nowhere. You're just putting it all now. Oh, let me put these back up. There we go. Ah. Oh. Also, a fun little thing that I also forgot to mention was if you pre-ordered uh, the limited edition. uh, I I apologize if that was our fault that you didn't get your reading done yesterday. So my apologies. But as I was saying, what I forgot to mention was if you pre-ordered the limited edition of Before the Storm when it came out, again, I believe only through GameStop, I think, was sadly mine came a little damaged when I originally got it, but it's still in good enough shape that it's not entirely noticeable on the damage that it has. Is you got these two nice little hand holding Chloe and Rachel figures. I do like the added little touch that each of them are like blushing, which is pretty fun. You could probably, there you go, you could probably see them holding hands a lot better that way. Because yet again, I didn't open this, and I kept it, and I kept this in its original packaging. So I did not open this at all. So whatever damages or anything are on here, because there is like a slight opening on the bottom, this is pretty much how it came. So the surprising thing about these is, especially with the limited editions, is the fact that that each of those are almost 10 years old, and they still look in really good condition, considering they're all made out of very thin, like, cardboard and stuff. I'm amazed that I've kept those limited editions that are up on my shelf in as well of a state that they're in. Yeah, I could probably keep those there. But yeah. The power of magic? No, it's a good example of the fact that especially when it comes to like collector's items and stuff, especially a collector's item of something that I really, really, really like, I try to do my best to keep it as safe as I can. And pretty much it seems like I did a pretty good job. Like, obviously, besides all the normal, like, wear and tear that you can pretty much expect, that's kind of unavoidable. As far as the limited editions go, I think I've done pretty well. He's gonna join the squad. If you know, you know. Oh, but but yeah. Uh, one of my other plushies, will make an appearance if I do get to them on the tier list. They'll definitely be making an appearance. I'll definitely pull them down from the top of my shelf up here. Well, the top of the bookcase, not the shelf. The shelves are all packed with Blu-rays and stuff. But yeah. So where's? I need to make this small. Oh, there you go. Thank you. I didn't have to. I didn't have to resize it this time. Usually, I have to spend a little minute before before I have to resize everything again. Okay. So this was the soundtrack. So and just to clarify, that wasn't a gigantic tangent that we just went on because it all linked back to the soundtracks. So it still counts as being on topic. But I don't know. Okay, for the next little recap on the tier list from what we've done so far, we did the chapter and episode tier list, and this I don't know if I'm gonna lose anyone once they see this tier list. Hey, the vinyl and the CDs and the two CDs, they all count because it was all included in the whole package. But in any case, with the uh, um, well, see, if I wanted this stream to this tier list streams to last until the 11th anniversary of Life is Strange, then I would have for this soundtrack tier list literally list every single song. But for the sake of not drowning this out so much as it is, I decided just to combine the whole game have no idea. I decided to combine all the songs in each game and rank it as a complete package. Like for me, which game had overall the best soundtrack, overall soundtrack for me of each game. And that's pretty much how I did it. The only reason that most of these other games and stuff and DLC and whatnot is down here in B tier is because some of them are very short. Like some of these DLCs are pretty short, and there's not a lot of a soundtrack really to be had. Like obviously Captain Spirit doesn't have a lot. Uh, the Farewell DLC doesn't have a lot. The Steph DLC does have a lot. It does have a lot of songs. Like obviously because Steph is doing her DJ job, so it has to have a long tier list, a long playlist, right? But what pushes the Farewell DLC over the top for me is Black Flies is so perfect and hits so emotionally hard at the end of that DLC that it's just like how can I not put you above like all the other ones in this category? And if you're wondering like why Life is Strange 2 is sitting here, is only because one, the soundtrack to Life is Strange 2, I wasn't feeling it like that. Like I can't think of of any song in Life is Strange 2 that really hit in like every way I can think of, like songs did in Farewell, in the original Life is Strange, and in Before the Storm. And the fact that the Life is Strange 2 soundtrack, as far as within the game, because this is just counting the songs that are in the game. So if there are songs that are on a soundtrack, but if they don't appear within the game, if the songs don't appear within the game, then they don't get counted in my ranking. So if there's a bunch of really good songs and stuff that are outside the game, then I can't count them in my ranking. And that's pretty much how that works. Not saying Bo, that you're wrong in any way. It's just that, you know, everybody's tier list is their own you know, tastes and their own experiences with whatever they're ranking and stuff. So this is just how it was for me. And I played, and just so you know, I've played these games multiple times. I've played all this stuff multiple times. So you know, so it's not like I heard a bunch of these songs like one time and I'm just like going off vague memories. It's like, no, I've played these games several times, so I've listened to how these songs fit within the games. So that's how so it's not like I'm, you know, played the game once and then I'm just going off songs I heard like one time. So but exactly, if Bao, if Life is Strange 2's soundtrack, you know, speaks to you and it and you love it, that is entirely correct for you. Like I'm none of this tier list stuff is to devalue any any of the how you, any of you feel about any of this. It's, you know, hopefully, with that being said, yet again, if I don't lose you when you see uh yeah, I remember, Bao, you were not, you do not let the Lila thing go. Like, hey, I'm right there with you. I wish Lila was a romance option in Life is Strange 2. She was a very big missed opportunity. And System, I didn't forget about you. Uh thank you, you know, uh thank you for your thoughts. That's pretty much what I, you know, what I'm getting at is like every tier list is everyone's opinion and only their opinion. Nobody should take it. Uh, Nobody should take anyone's tier list as 100% gospel and fact. Nobody. So, with that being said, let's see how many people I lose uh, when I show the chapter and episode tier list. And keep in mind, the chapter and episode tier list includes the comics. I treated each comic book, each collected trade comic book, as its own, as if it was its own standalone episode. So keep that in mind. There you go. I'll give y'all a minute to let this tier list sink in here. Because I know it's a lot to figure out. If any of y'all have any questions on what episode is what, because I know some of this can be very hard to see with some of the like title cards and things like that. So if you have a question that you're not sure what episodes and what comics and whatnot are where, just let me know. Well, clearly, because that's the only. Well, Bao, for you, obviously, LIS2 episode 1 would be F tier for you because it's the only episode where Lila has a physical talking appearance in the whole game. All her other appearances is either voice on the phone or a silent physical cameo in one ending, I think. But yeah, so cuz just to be clear too, this chapter and episode tier list is because all these tier lists did all of Double Exposure go in C tier? No. No. Let's see. Can you see? You can see the cursor that I'm moving, right? Y'all can see the cursor I'm moving, right? Okay, I just possibly. In that ending, there's no real confirmation if they do get together because the entire ending is all silent and nobody says anything. So, but back to systems question. Um, okay, so where is it? Okay, so chapter 1 of Double Exposure, Still Life, is in A tier. It's right here. It's towards the end of A tier. And then excuse me. Right next to it is chapter 2 of Double Exposure. And then chapter 3, 4, and 5 of Double Exposure are all on the top of B tier. So, since I'm doing this, uh, to help everyone out, um, I'm gonna go from the S tier, all the way down, and I'm gonna point out what episode is which, because I know it's hard to see because, when you make some of these things a little. Oh yeah, because of. Don't worry, I have the same thing. I have the same thing for certain episodes that are high on the rank. So don't worry. Shipping bias does play a part in where some of the rankings are. So, we'll start from the top and work our way down. So in S tier, at the very top of S tier, the tippity top, is the original Life is Strange, episode 3, Chaos Theory. And then right next to it is the original Life is Strange, episode 4, Dark Room. And the reason these two are essentially the same. These two are essentially the same. These two are pretty much a tie. Because for me, these two episodes are pretty much just one gigantic episode that's just split into two. Because, plus, it's the only two episodes in the original Life is Strange. Uh, oh. Because these two episodes, as I said, feel like one gigantic episode that they split in half. Because if you remember, I warned everybody that there is going to be a lot of spoilers about everything. So that is a big warning. The end of episode 3, when Max changes William to not die, when she hides his car keys so that way he's not driving and gets into a car accident, and the reveal of Chloe in a wheelchair. And this is all after the iconic pool scene and everything earlier in the episode. And then obviously the kissing there. Like all that stuff takes place in the 3rd episode. And then immediately with the 4th episode, picking up right after finding out Chloe in a wheelchair, and then everything that happens there, and the finality of your investigation of where Rachel is and all that stuff. And plus the end of episode 4 with the big reveal of the mastermind and everything. Like, come on. Like these 2 episodes is why I'm glad I wasn't playing this game when it was coming out episode by episode. Because as I said before, I would have Looney Tuned myself right through a wall at the end of episode 3. And definitely at the end of episode 4. So I'm glad I was able to just run through everything as soon as I got my physical version. And then right next to episode 4 Dark Room is Life is Strange Before the Storm, episode 2. And the main reason why episode 2 is at the top, is in S tier, is because the entire Tempest stuff, with the play and all the different variations and stuff that could happen in the play and everything, and all of it leading up to the Rachel pretty much the Rachel confession on stage. And especially the Rachel confession on stage in the middle of the play, her going off script and while still being in character during the play, pretty much confessing everything to Chloe was amazing. And then right after the play, their walk down the street and everything that could happen during that whole thing. And then obviously the end of the second episode with the game's big reveal and stuff at the end. Even though it's not entirely a big reveal, because if you're paying attention, you could kind of figure out that reveal. So yeah, the big reveal may have been weak, but the characters and all the interactions and stuff really make up for it. So that's why that is in S tier. And then right next to Before the Storm episode 2 is the Farewell DLC. And the main reason the Farewell DLC is at the top is in S tier is because you it's the perfect encapsulation of the entire Life is Strange franchise for me. In a very small but impactful package. And that is the most happiest when you're having like a ordinary like happy day, and then at the very end the rug gets pulled out from under you and that happy day starts to become one of the worst days in your entire life. And I had a friend who I had getting into like Life is Strange and all that stuff. And I had him because I was very curious how this would work. How this would work on somebody. And I told him start with the Farewell DLC because you don't have to play anything else to immediately jump into the Farewell DLC, because the game lets you jump into it right out the gate, and you don't have to play the main game to unlock it or anything. You could immediately jump in. And I was on the phone with him. I told him this, right? And he was like, he was like, okay, as soon as I'm done off the phone with you, I'm gonna play it. Because I told him it's really quick. You could get through it like in like an hour or so and stuff. And I told him, I was like, since you could get through it real quick, call me back. Call me back when you're done. And immediately, about an hour later, he calls me back, and the first words out of his mouth is, "What the fuck did you have me play?" In a loving way. Like, he really enjoyed it, but he was so blindsided by the ending of Farewell that he was like, what? So yeah, the fact that it could that farewell can even work on somebody who doesn't even know like what to expect out of it, uh, really cemented my love for it. And then right next to it is chapter 3 of Life is Strange: True Colors, Monster or Mortal, and that is, and the main reason why Life is Strange: True Colors Episode 3 is in S tier is one because Steph is amazing. Steph is Steph is one of the goats in the entire franchise, both within the game, and her voice actor Katie Benz is just as, if not even more, of an amazing person. And most importantly, the entire LARP section, the entire LARP scene of the game is, for me, is amazing because I really love I really love RPGs, especially like old school turn based like RPGs. Cause what True Colors used was like classic Final Fantasy turn-based RPG style. Like that is the direct like comparison that they were using for the LARPing session. And obviously two, the entire the Charlotte thing at the end, uh the Charlotte thing at the end, that entire sequence is like so trippy and so like emotionally charged and stuff that it's pretty crazy. Hold on real quick. I will be right back. But yeah. Um, Also, real quick, to System's point, uh, wow, that's weird. Yeah, I have no idea how that happened, Bao. No. That's some very weird qualifications there. But system to your point, uh, yes, the in in the beginning of Dark Room with unplugging Chloe. Yeah, that that is obviously another reason why it's as high is because there's a lot of real, I guess you could say, like kick in the teeth moments uh in um in episode 4. So that is obviously why it's that high. Probably the most cheerful, well, as far as the games go, the most cheerful episode that's in S tier is obviously chapter 3 of True Colors. Like that is definitely the most overall, as far as the games go, the most positive episode. Well, that and technically the Tempest play. So technically, Before the Storm episode 2 and True Colors episode 3 are like the two happiest like episodes at the top of the list here. And then in rapid fire succession, we have uh, book 6 of the Life is Strange comics, book 5 of the Life is Strange comics, and book 4 of the Life is Strange comics. So all 3 of these back to back make up the last bit of S tier. So now we'll definitely get into more about why the comics are that high a little later once we start ranking like comic characters and stuff like that, and comic variations of characters. And then we have the original Life is Strange, episode 1, in A tier. Obviously, a one of the more perfect introduction episodes of any of the Life is Strange games. It perfectly like sets up like all the supporting characters, all the main characters. It sets up like the overall mystery. It dangles all those threads in front of you and gets you like invested in what's going on. And it immediately establishes the stakes at the end and the ticking clock that the rest of the game is going to be under. So you always have a ticking clock in the back of your head for the rest of the game, which is kind of easy to forget because in certain episodes a lot more things keep happening, so they kind of distract you from the fact that you have a giant tornado that's gonna appear in town in the next couple of days. Uh, so, but yeah. And then right next to it, we have the original Life is Strange, episode 2. pretty much continuing the intrigue and the main missions and all that. I mean, the main mystery and deepening all that stuff. And then, and mainly, and mainly, the entire Kate stuff. The Kate stuff getting its with her main conflict kind of getting pushed to the forefront for pretty much the entire episode, because the entire episode 2 is pretty much Kate. So uh so that's why that is in A tier. And right next to it is the original Life is Strange episode 5. And obviously, uh, the main reason it's not that high is because the 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 obvious budget cuts. I mean, not budget cuts, but the fact that the budget it was wearing thin by the end of the original Life is Strange, and Don't Not had to do like some cutting and some like cobbling together like assets that they already had, and then making like very quick and easy like new assets just to get to the end of the game uh is pretty much why it's this low, is because that is pretty it's pretty obvious. Like you could definitely feel that there is a lot of reusing uh stuff happening. Um but I do applaud Don't Not for making the best out of the situation that they had. So episode 5 could have been a total disaster, because if you had any less capable people behind this game, everything could have fell apart right at the end. And the reason why it's still, with all those issues, it still manages to get this high is because after all these years, after 10 plus years, it is the ending that is the most debated ending in any of these Life is Strange games. That final choice at the end of the game is the most debated thing in this entire franchise. My fave alcoholic is David. Is David an alcoholic? I don't remember David being an alcoholic. I know the principal is an alcoholic. The principal is a very clear alcoholic, because you find him drunk. You have to get past his Max has to get past his drunk ass during the when she's trying to sneak out. So I don't remember David being alcoholic, but in Life is Strange 2, probably he may be, because in Life is Strange 2 he's either depressed over Joyce being dead in the storm, or he's depressed about Joyce divorcing him and everything because of Joyce's grief over Chloe's death. No, you don't find him. Once you do system, when they, if you do the option that gets David kicked out of the house, if you do that, you do not see David on screen after you see him pack up already packed up and he leaves the house. After that, you do not see him again until he's coming into the dark room to save you. So yeah, you after he gets kicked out of the house and he leaves, you have no idea what's even happening with him. Um, until he comes back after rescuing you in the dark room, and then you can talk to him, and then he kind of says that he was drinking, like in his hotel room, being like depressed and stuff, but yeah, like before that point, I don't believe there was any evidence that he was an alcoholic or that he even really drank. Like, as I said, the only confirmed drinking that he does, which is directly from his mouth, what he tells you, is because of Joyce kicking him out of the house and stuff. So, but yeah. And then after Life is Strange, oh excuse me, after Life is Strange, episode 5, we have Before the Storm, episode 1. So, and yet again, the reason why this is this high is because, just like I said with the first episode of the original Life is Strange, it reintroduces and establishes, for any new people that didn't play the original game, the characters and everything, and what their like dynamics are and their personalities are and things like that. Like it does that very well. And the most important thing is, because the game would have fallen apart without this, is the new voice actors that they got to play returning characters. Whether they sound directly like the characters from the original game or not is besides the point. But their performances and stuff for those characters are still great. Like, Rihanna DeVries won me over uh, pretty quickly as Chloe, especially when uh, she starts having her moments with Chloe. I mean with Rachel. When Chloe and Rachel start interacting and the immediate chemistry that they both have and that Rihanna and Kylie Brown have immediately sold me. So if none of that worked, the entire game would have fell apart. So for that achievement, for me, that's why uh Before the Storm episode 1 is in A tier. And then episode 3 of Before the Storm is next in A tier. And that is because uh the resolutions the resolutions of stuff is pretty good for Rachel's plot line, and then the really big the big twist, the big final twist, uh, was really big. Was way bigger than the first twist at the end of the second episode. Um, but mostly, what brings this episode down is the villain for this game is not very complex. He's just a pretty generic villain. So everything pretty much about him is not really extremely compelling. The only thing that's really interesting about him was how the stuff with him affects Frank. That's the only real thing that was interesting with him. But the villain on his own was not really compelling. He was just there to be the antagonist of the game, just to cause the drama. That's pretty much it. Um, and then obviously the final choice of the game is also not uh, coming off the back of the final choice of the original game. This choice was not great. It was like, yeah, you could kind of debate what the choice was at the end, but it wasn't. It didn't carry as much weight as the end of the original game. Um, so that's why that's there. And then we have book 3 of the comics, and then book 2 of the comics right after, and then book 1 of the comics right after. And we'll get into more detail, like I said, with the comics when we get to like the comic characters and stuff in the tier list. But as far as book 1 goes, the main reason it's excuse me. The main reason it's this low in A tier is because this is purely from a creation perspective. Is originally the comic series was only supposed to be this one book, but because of how well the reception was, and most importantly for Square Enix, how financially successful the first issue of the comics was before the first issue even came out. Square Enix, Square Enix had to. Square Enix immediately went to Emma Vicelli and Claudia Leonardi and was like, yeah, change your plans. Where we want this to be an ongoing series, pretty much until we tell you to stop. so so you could definitely tell that about halfway, probably around the third issue, is when they started changing gears and turning it into a more ongoing thing where the ending was going to be more of a to be continued instead of a full-blown conclusion. And that's why it's on it's this low. And why the rest of the comic series gets higher and higher as it went on, because at that point, Emma and Claudia had had a set continuous storyline um, planned out that they could do. So it didn't feel as rushed kind of as the first book was. Even though for the most part they did a very good job of pretty much hiding the fact that about halfway through the book they had to change things up. MC System, what did you say? Which is tough for comic creators when you plan for a short story and suddenly have to write more without having anything planned, and then they fixed the plan by the time they were nearing the end. Yeah, like the reason why they were able to smooth things out, like the transition wasn't a rocky one, like it felt pretty seamless, is because obviously Square Enix gave them a good enough of a heads up of of like this is what we're planning, so you have some time to make like your adjustments and stuff. Um, which also goes to the fact of the ending of the comic series, because the end of the comic series came about in 2002, if I am correct. Oops. it should be down here. Yep, there it is. Yeah, the last issue came out March 9th of 2022. Um, yeah. So um, so Claudia and Emma already had a heads up about double exposure being made probably before anyone else did, because they had to give them enough time to be like, okay, we're gonna use Max in the next game. System, I'll get back to you in a minute. Let me just finish the thought real quick. Because they already knew Max was gonna be in the next game for double exposure. Square Enix gave them a heads up notice, so they were able to have enough time to wrap up the comics before before double exposure was officially announced to the rest of the world. And like you said, system, that is why the True Colors comics came out in December of 2023. Yeah, it says it right here. December 20th of 2023 is when the first issue of Forget Me Not came out. And that is which was not which was drawn by still by Claudia Leonardi, but it was written by Zoe Tharagood instead of Emma. So Emma Vicelli did not come back to write the Forget Me Not miniseries. They had another writer doing that one. But yeah. So that's where that goes. And speaking of double exposure, we have a little run here, a complete run here. We have right next to the comics, True Colors Episode 1, True Colors Episode 2, True Colors Episode 4, and the final episode, True Colors Episode 5. I bought every variation of the series, including Sarah's cover. She is also really talented. Yes. I would love... I would definitely love... like big like art prints and stuff. Oh yeah, oh, you mean Zoe? Yeah, I've seen Zoe's like art and stuff and whatnot before. This is kind of off topic, but well, it's related because we're talking about Zoe right now. But hold on. Where is it? I have it. Oh, here it is. Uh, oh no, I don't think I do. Ah, no. I don't think I have that series. I think it's collected. I think it's collected in one of the other her cake cover was heartbreaking. Yes, yes, it was. Um, Especially considering what she did with Kate. So yeah, but we'll get into that when we start ranking the comic characters. But but yeah, what I was looking for, what I was gonna reference, but I don't have the book collection though. Was Zoe's run on the comic series Hack and Slash, Hack Slash. If any of you know that comic series. Uh oh, okay, system. So you do know Hack Slash, yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna take them off the shelf right now because they're heavy and it would be a lot. I do have uh all the pretty much all the deluxe hardcover books that they've been releasing for the Hack Slash series. Um, but back to the topic here. Uh, but yeah, okay. So right after True Colors, right after True Colors, True Colors. Uh, Also, the main reason why it's kind of down on the list is because of Alex can easily be unlikable for a lot of people only because she is initially presented in throughout most of the game as being very uh could be misinterpreted as a Mary Sue. Um and I feel that the flashback sequences that they did in the last episode that they could have sprinkled some of those in the earlier episodes to give to give Alex some more uh to give Alex some more like challenges and stuff, like emotional challenges to pretty much overcome and stuff. Especially since at the end of the game uh you're going through like Alex's repressed memory versions of some of these flashbacks, and then the game immediately has you uh do the correct version of Alex's flashbacks. And I feel they could have sprinkled in the repressed version a little later. I mean, a little earlier. So that way, at the end of the game, uh, when it's revealed that those were repressed flashbacks the entire time, it it hits a lot more instead of all of it kind of being info dumped on you one after the other. Plus, it also saves the player from having the feeling of monotony too too quickly, since you're doing it back to back a couple of times. So uh, for the last episode, that was my pretty much my biggest hang up, and pretty much uh well, the main villain of the game is a generic evil corporation thing. But when they introduce an actual like antagonist, you can say, by the end of episode 4, pretty much, even that is like uh not great. But you know, they needed to have somebody represent the faceless corporation thing. I will say though that the final antagonist of True Colors is the most complicated um, antagonist the entire Life is Strange series has had, pretty much. Certainly, as far as the games go. Like the main antagonist of True Colors, uh, you could be more sympathetic towards, a lot more easy than pretty much all the other like villains or antagonists in the Life is Strange games, pretty much. Um, and then we have the Wavelengths DLC, obviously, because Steph is a goat, obviously, and the entire Arcadia Bay sequence with the Arcadia Bay flashbacks and overcoming the Arcadia Bay trauma and stuff with Mikey and stuff. No matter what your choice is great. The performances are great. Like, it's really good. Like, that sequence definitely pushed the Wavelengths DLC to be really memorable for me. And then we have the Forget Me Not True Colors sequel comics. Um, that is also that is there. So that is also a great series. Um, the only fault that Forget Me Not really has is a lot of really good ideas, but not enough time to fully execute those ideas. Like, that's the only real fault I give Forget Me Not. Also, on that note, since I just mentioned it, that is also an overall fault with Before the Storm. That's also like a fault for Before the Storm, is that it's really short with only 3 episodes. So they didn't have a lot of time to for things to breathe. So that's the only thing that really holds it back. But yet again, Before the Storm and Forget Me Not really uh, did the best with what they with the cards they were dealt. I believe they did the best that they could. So So nothing, no fault of their own, pretty much. Uh, and then, like I mentioned earlier, we have chapter 1 of Double Exposure and chapter 2 of Double Exposure. And then we go into B tier, and then we have chapter 3 of Double Exposure, chapter 4 of Double Exposure, and chapter 5 of Double Exposure. As you can see, for me, as Double Exposure went on, it started unraveling itself. Like, there was a lot of inconsistencies and pretty much where Safi's character went was very inconsistent, because towards the end she kind of flip-flops like several times in one episode. So it really felt like Deck 9 couldn't really make up their mind on where they want Safi to go. so yeah, that's kind of where that goes. And most importantly, because the main crux of Double Exposure is supposed to be Max's relationship with Safi, and by relationship I mean like their friendship, because Safi isn't a romance option. As extremely problematic as that would have been. They did not show enough of Max's relationship, of Max's friendship and stuff with Safi, for me to buy how much Max is going through for Safi. That's my big, that was the biggest issue I had with Double Exposure, is you're told a lot about Max and Safi's, like, how close they are, but the game doesn't show that enough. And obviously, spoilers, since one version of Safi is dead in the first, like, 20 or 30 minutes of the first episode, and then alive Safi in the other timeline doesn't come in until the end, the very end of the first episode. And then from that point on, she's very, like, in and out throughout episode 2 and episode 3. Which I understand because of the big reveal and stuff with Safi at the end of episode 3. That's why she's, not around as much. But as a consequence of that, you're not seeing a lot of their friendship and how close they're supposed to be. Especially before, like, all the big stuff starts going down and all the revelations start happening, and then all the twists and everything start happening. So you don't really have a firm establishment of what their friendship is really like before big events start happening. So that's the issue. It's it's pretty much the Rachel problem of the original game, where uh, the player necessarily doesn't have a connection to Rachel in the original game, because it's a character you never interact with, it's a character you never like talk to, you never actually hear from, like vocally or anything like that. And you don't uh uh and the only reason the player really cares about Rachel is dependent on how much the player like cares about Chloe. So you only care about Rachel in that original game. Well, you're only meant to really care about Rachel in the original game, uh, pretty much for Chloe's sake, which is pretty much why Max is determined to find Rachel, is because of Max's connection to Chloe, and that's why she's trying to so hard to find Rachel, is because she sees how much that affects Chloe. Um, so with Safi, that's not really like uh something that's there, because you're like because there is a version of Safi that's there, who already has all the same backstory with Max before the events of the game and everything. But she's not around really to really cement that friendship uh, the way like Chloe was in the original game. Um, which yet again is also a big achievement that Before the Storm did, is Rachel it made Rachel a actual character, a full blown character, instead of what she was in the original game, which was a plot device. Because all Rachel was in the original game was just a plot device. Like, she wasn't a real character in the original game, because you really don't know anything really 100% about her, because all your all the stuff you hear about Rachel is all secondhand, and it's all biased opinions from everyone you hear about her. So you can't really take everything they say about her with 100% uh, face value, because there are some characters that are very obviously like biased one way or the other. Um, like obviously anything Jefferson says or anything Victoria says and stuff like that, or Nathan or stuff like that. So there's some problematic people that talk about her that, like, there's a clear bias there. So it's like, can I really trust anything you say about her? The only one that uh you could trust more than anyone really about what is said about Rachel is pretty much just Chloe, because Chloe's the only one that you know that what she's saying is coming from a genuine place. Like, what she's saying, it does still have a bias, but you can tell that she's more genuine than pretty much what everyone else says about her. So that's how that goes. Um, and then after Double Exposure is the first episode of Life is Strange 2. And then right after it is the final episode of Life is Strange 2. And then Captain Spirit. The number one thing on my mind is my game still. Hey, it's okay. You make me feel bad saying it's like, oh, I'm not a good enough distraction. It's okay. uh, but yeah, but the next but the next next on the list is the Captain Spirit DLC. DLC demo, whichever, whatever you want to call it at this point. Um, uh, this suffers from pretty much the shortage problem. Is just because it's really short and it's very interesting, and the fact that there's also a hidden timer in the game that once you reach a certain point where Sean and Daniel's grandmother is knocking on the door, you have to answer that door within a certain amount of time before the game immediately just throws you into having to open the door. Yeah, that. Hey, Bao, like I said, I feel for you. I feel for you. But like I said earlier, you use the fact that you're missing this game as motivation for when you get better, that in the next game that you're able to play in, that you're just gonna kill it. You're just gonna but yeah. So in C tier, in C tier, we have uh at least I'm not getting abused by a 6'5", 300 pound 17-year-old. uh well, you know that does come with the territory of the game, right? But at least that way you could also look at it as a way to heal up from any other like aches and pains that you might have from like other games or whatnot. So you could also look at it as uh like a little bit of a rest period. Well, a forced rest period, but hey, I'm trying to silver lining, Gotta always try to find the bright side and the silver lining in like bad situations. Yes. Since Bao, since you mentioned how tall you are, a little bit of a fun fact. You are almost as you're almost as tall as I am. Like I am not that much taller than you. So I definitely know what it feels like to be to be like the short kid around. I definitely know how that feels. So don't you're not alone in that one. You have to remind me that I'm short. Hey, hey, that's why I said you're not alone. I'm literally only like 1 inch taller than you. I'm I'm trying to support. Us short people gotta kind of stick together. Oh, but yeah, let's check. Let's finish out this. What you mean? Bow, come on. What you mean you wish you had my height? I'm literally only 1 inch taller than you. You can barely see that I'm even taller than you. So what would it even matter? Oh, all right. All right, Val. I think that's the cue. I think that's the cue for me to move on and not make you any more sad. Let's please move on to another to a different conversation so that way we don't make you even more sad. So on C tier, we have episode 2 of Life is Strange 2. And then after that, we have Life is Strange 2, episode 4. And then at the very bottom of the very bottom of the list, we have episode 3 of Life is Strange 2. And I will go into more detail why these episodes are at the bottom. Uh, when we get when we start going into main characters on the character tier list. Um. Oh, and a little. And I almost forgot another reason why. The final episode is of Life is Strange 2 is in B tier is mainly because it has the most varied endings of any Life is Strange game. Even now to this point, no other Life is Strange game has like 8. I think it's like 8 unique uh like endings. Well, 8 main endings, and then you have like all the slight variations and everything that each of those 8 main endings can have. So I will give Don't Nod like all the props in the world for being able uh to what's the word? I'm trying to figure out how I want to phrase this. Mm. Also, without tipping my hat too much on where certain characters are gonna be. The that Don't Nod was able to come up with so many different variations and different endings, especially right after the original game. Let's see. Uh, so for everyone, that's where. So for all the new people and everything, that's where we landed on these. Um, we would have if you want a little bit more in depth, like a little bit more in depth uh, breakdown into each episode individually. Uh, you could it's okay. It's okay, Bao. Just uh uh just uh it's okay. It's okay to let out your to vent. Don't worry about it. You can vent you can vent. It's fine. I do that a lot. Well, not a lot, but well, thankfully not a lot, but I do uh uh should I say it's the game that you're not able to play in. That's the game you're talking about, right? But as I was saying, I in real life, in my personal life, I do have friends and stuff that do come to me and like talk to me about like issues and stuff that they have, and they ask for my opinion and stuff. Uh, I've even joked with a lot of my friends that I should charge them for being like uh, a therapist. Huh. Interesting. But okay. So let's get back to the character tier list here, and we are going to go with the we're gonna try to knock out some of the before the storm, some of the more before the storm heavy characters now. So first off, we have some of the lesser characters, like the characters that are quick to go over, that there's not too much to them. We have yeah, it's okay. I was going over the previous tier list, but we have Drew and Mikey's dad. Um, I'll put him. I'll put him about here. I'll put him in between Courtney and Taylor. Mainly because you know he's Drew and Mikey uh, are good enough kids. Well, Drew not originally when you meet him, like he comes off as an asshole immediately, but then again he's bullying Nathan when you first meet him. But depending on if you played the original game or not, uh, you would kind of probably be cheering him on for bullying Nathan. So I don't think him bullying Nathan is kind of an overall negative, really. But no, no, I have not uh played Firewatch. Um, but yeah, and the fact that he gets laid off by Nathan's dad, Sean Prescott, and all that, uh, and loses his home and stuff and things because of it, and him being homeless and stuff, and trying to find a new job and stuff so that way he could get a new home, so that way Mikey has somewhere to live because Drew may be living on campus, but Mikey doesn't have a home, and he's pretty much got special permission to to live in the dorms with Mikey. I mean, with Drew, with his brother Drew. So, and on that note, since oh, I guess yeah, about I'll look into it and see. Um, but yeah, but on the note of talking about Drew and Mikey's dad, we will finish out the North family. So we got Drew. I will put Drew. I'll put Drew in. Actually, I'll put him. I'll put him behind David. For one simple fact, if Mikey is the one in the hospital and you have a good enough relationship with Drew, then and also if you played D&D with Steph and Mikey in the first episode, in the third episode when you're in the hospital, um, and you could visit Drew or Mikey that's in the whichever one is the main patient in the hospital. If Mikey specifically is the one that has the what was it, the broken arm, uh, and you played the tabletop game with Steph and Mikey in episode one before, then you have the option of playing D&D with Steph and Mikey again. But during the course of playing D&D, Drew will actually join and play some of the D&D session with you all, which is really cool. Which also makes sense. Makes the ending montage of the game make more sense when you see Steph, Mikey, and Drew at the picnic table in Blackwell's courtyard, playing D&D together. So it definitely makes that scene make more sense if you went down that route. Um, Plus his genuine like apology and stuff that he has in the hospital to Chloe and stuff also. Depending on uh if you had a good enough relationship with him leading up to this all, is also a really good like character arc closing thing. So uh plus if Drew is in the hospital with a broken leg, well, specifically a broken knee, um you can do a backtalk challenge with Drew, where you guys are fighting over who gets the last pudding, which is pretty funny. Um, and where is Mikey? Okay, here's Before the Storm, Mikey. Okay, so Before the Storm, Mikey, we will put. We'll put him above Chris. We'll put him in between Chris and Cassidy. And obviously, Mikey's here because he's a very sweet and innocent kid. He's a very nice kid, so can't really uh, one of the more pure-hearted like characters in Before the Storm. So like genuinely like nice characters in the game. So he's really sweet. Um, Next we have just to get all the Norths out the way, we have Wavelengths Mikey from his very, very, very short uh, appearance in Wavelengths. And I'll put him right behind Before the Storm Mikey. Only because his appearance is really short, but it's a really good appearance. His whole conversation with Steph, uh, uh, his whole Steph and Mikey helping each other, trying to deal with their traumas and stuff, is depending on what your choices are, obviously, um, is good, is great. Like them dealing with the fallout of Arcadia Bay and everything, and then everything that happens there, really, really good. Um, but yet again, he only falls a little short because he's not in Wavelengths that much. But the character development he gets and the seeing him after so long and seeing where he is really cool. Plus, it's also nice to know that if he does have a broken arm, because you don't see him fully recovered by the end of Before the Storm during the montage, like he's still in a cast. Um, it's nice to know that it healed and he's still able to draw and everything like he loves to do. Cause right behind him is a bunch of his like sketches and stuff. Like it's really small to see in this picture, but behind him he has like a wall of drawings and stuff that he's done. So great, amazing to know that the update on all that. What else do we got? Okay. Let's get. No, we're not. No, we're not gonna do the. I was thinking of doing one of the worst characters in Before the Storm next, but not yet. I am going with. I'm gonna put Damon, the main antagonist of Before the Storm. I'm going to put him. Uh, I'm gonna put him right between what was his name? I believe his name was Big Joe, Meryl's bodyguard, and the as long as Sylvan is ass tier. A, that's not what A stands for. If he was an ass tier, then he would be in A tier. And I already can tell you he ain't gonna be there. Um, but yeah, so Damon is right between Big Joe and what was it? What's her name? The Lisbeth, the crazy cult lady, her bodyguard. He's right between the two bodyguard guys of Life is Strange 2. Because Damon is he's just a generic like drug dealer. So there's not really anything to him. Like there's no real like layers or anything to him. He's just a generic drug dealing guy. Like he tries to overdose Sarah, which is really bad. And then he tries and then well he doesn't try, he actually does. He does stab Rachel in the arm and almost kills her. So yeah. Uh Also, I'll mention it now. Damon's knife is way too huge, and Deck 9 needed to really downsize that knife. Uh, oh yeah, system. Frank is a million times better than Damon. Frank is way nicer than Damon. Well, Frank didn't just have Pompidou. Like he actually cared about Rachel and he genuinely cared about Chloe. Because remember, Frank is at Frank is at the funeral. So it really goes to show how much he genuinely cared. So yeah. Like after everything in Before the Storm with Frank and then how much we know in the original game, he also had beads. Well, he didn't have the beans anymore because Max can throw them on the floor. Remember? uh, but yeah. So he. So yeah. So Damon is there. Also, uh, finish out my thought. Uh, uh, Damon's knife needed to be downsized because it's way too big. Because when Damon stabs Rachel, floor beans. But yeah, let me. Uh, because when Damon stabs Rachel, uh, they confirm that he stabs her in the arm, right? But because Damon's knife is so big, if you actually, if you were actually to see Damon actually stab Rachel in the arm, then Rachel's arm wouldn't have been stabbed, it would have been cut off. Because Damon's knife is way bigger than Rachel's arm is. So 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 yeah, Deck 9 definitely should have downsized his knife because it's way bigger than the arm of the person he's supposed to stab with it. Which is why you don't see it. You don't see him actually stab her because it wouldn't. Because it wouldn't make sense if you saw it because the knife would just go through her entire arm. So. So yeah, that always bugged me about the stabbing scene is that the knife is way too big. Like he could have just had a switchblade like Frank has in the original game. Yeah, pretty much. He pretty much did have like a little sword. Um but yeah, he should have had a switchblade like Frank had in the original game. Cause that would have made more sense. Like I get it, the knife was supposed to be big to make him more threatening and intimidating, but at the same time, it didn't make sense for the size of the character's arm. um, but yeah. Who else in Before the Storm do we have? We have. Oh, here's a quick character. Skip. Skip the security guard. You know what? I'll give him. Probably he could have been compensating for something. Definitely. Uh, I'll put Skip. I'll put Skip right below Daniel. I mean not Daniel. Chris. I'll put Skip right below Chris. Uh, Mainly because Skip is really sweet, especially if you're like really nice to him with his like demo tape and supporting him with his like dreams of being a band. Uh, but yeah. Oh no, I wasn't gonna forget Skip. I really liked Skip. As I was saying too. Especially if you made friends with Skip. Like, he's really cool. Um, Especially when Chloe gets expelled, in the either expelled or suspended, depending on the decisions you make during the Principal Wells meeting. Um, he You get special scenes uh, where Skip is like really like heartbroken and like sad that you're not gonna be like around school and stuff. So, um, which which also resonates with me personally, because growing up in school, we actually had like security guards and stuff that were really cool with us, that were like very like fatherly figures and like motherly figures when we're in while we were in school. But the good thing about them is that even if they were cool with you, if you acted up and did stuff you're not supposed to, they would still treat you how you're supposed to be treated. Like, they wouldn't give you any favoritism. Like, they would still do their job. Uh, so yeah, so I can relate to the Chloe Skip friendship that you could have. Also, a little fun fact about Skip. His band that that he has, which I believe his band's name is Pisshead, which is a hilarious name. Um, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's what the security guards were for me growing up. Yeah, not just for me, for a lot of like my friends and stuff that went to the same school and everything. Like, it was the same thing. Um, but uh, but yeah, back to my little fun fact with Skip. Um, his band, Pisshead. Yeah, 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 yeah. Let's go, Pisshead. Um, his band Pisshead is a very uh is a deep um reference to the original Life is Strange. Specifically, uh the name Pisshead for the band comes from a band that that wheelchair Chloe listens to in that timeline. Because you could look up on Chloe's computer, and when you're scrolling through, you could see like a playlist of different bands that she's listening to, and Pisshead is one of the bands. So Deck Nine really put in like some deep cut references in there. So I really appreciated the Pisshead reference. But yeah. So yeah, that's why Skip is this high. Also, um, I re- yes, 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 system. Well, as I said, specifically, wheelchair timeline, Chloe, because it's a specific reference to that specific timeline. And yet again, you only know about it if you're looking through like Chloe's computer. because you could totally miss it and you never see it. So the fact that they included a deep cut reference like that is really cool. Um, but yeah, as I was saying, I'm really sad that when I had to do when I had to do the backtalk challenge at Skip and kind of frame him for sexual harassment to make him uncomfortable was I felt really bad about having to do that. uh, plus, it's nice that he cause David gets Skip's job, cause Skip can either gets himself fired by cursing out Principal Wells if you fail the backtalk challenge, or if you win the backtalk challenge, then he doesn't get fired, but it's later confirmed later that his band is getting enough notoriety and he's starting to make enough money from the band that he doesn't need the security job anymore. So pretty good wins for him. But she couldn't change the record, so imagine Chloe having to ask Joyce or William, "Will you put on Pisshead?" Uh, yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure William would not have any problems with it, like at all. Especially when we know that William had a that he was a rocker, that he was a rocker fan, like he was a rock guy because the clothes that Chloe ends up wearing, primarily the clothes that she ends up wearing in the last episode of Before the Storm, uh, and the and implied in the original game, are William's clothes that she's wearing. So had uh William had a pretty like punk rock vibe already. So I'm pretty sure he would be all for Pisshead. Uh, but yeah. Um, who else we got here for Before the Storm? Um, okay, here's us. Yes, yeah, system. But William Wood, it does definitely fucks with Pisshead. He you could say that William is always ready for the mosh pit, Shaka bra. It's okay. I'll see myself out right now. uh, who else we got here? Um, okay. The lesser characters. Samantha. Where are we gonna put Samantha? Where is Samantha gonna be? I'll put her. Excuse me. I'll put her. Hmm, I'll put her right behind Drew. I'll put her behind Drew. The only because she's like really sweet, like she's genuinely a really kind. She's genuinely a really kind character. Her only problem is that she has a crush on Nathan, and she really likes Nathan. That's the only issue that Samantha really has. But yeah, that's where I put Samantha because uh she's potentially uh it's kind of implied depending on certain choices that you make. It's kind of implied that uh Nathan kind of used Samantha as a like training, like as training for his sick photography like fetish that he had. Cause remember, Nathan has a dark like photography side before Jefferson even shows up. So yeah, it's kind of implied that Samantha was kind of the training girl for Nathan. Depending on the choices you make. Cause remember, as Chloe, you can push them together or you can push them apart. So it all depends. Um, yeah, it's as I said, it depends on your choices. So depending on certain choices you make, uh, that's the that's the implication with Samantha. Yes, yeah, system exactly. He has like a very like graphic fetish. It's not just like BDSM. It's like because there was stuff of like ripping your like neck and stuff. Like there was some like graphic imagery and stuff that was like in his room. So he definitely had some issues way before Jefferson showed up. And all Jefferson really did was accelerate all that. Like add more fuel to that fire. That's pretty much all he did. Um but yeah. So that's where Samantha goes. Could be a very tragic character if you depending on your choices. So yeah. Let's see who else we got here. Since we're speaking about Nathan, we're not going to get to Nathan himself yet. Yes, yes, he was. Unwell is an understatement when it comes to Nathan. Um, and let's talk about the reason for that. Nathan's dad, Sean Prescott, who is immediately going to be uh yes. Yeah, Jefferson just used Nathan for the money. The money and the drugs. Because Nathan was the one that was getting the drugs, so that way nothing can be traced back to Jefferson. Yeah, that's the main reason. Um, but yeah, as I was saying, the main reason for the main reason for Nathan's issues, immediately his father, Sean Prescott, right here. Immediately his problem, the root of his issues is his dad immediately. Cause whatever problems Nathan has could have been treated if his dad wasn't a complete and utter piece of shit. So pretty much everything that Nathan did is a result of what his son did. So yeah, so so Sean is the root, like the root of all of Nathan's problems. Which is another thing that Before the Storm did very well, because in the original game we never see well, physically we never see Sean Prescott. We only see him in photos in the original game, and like read letters and stuff that he made, but we never actually meet him really. So Before the Storm did really well when you actually like meet him and you actually see firsthand like how he acts and what really matters to him. Uh, oof. So yeah. Uh, I wouldn't. Uh, I wouldn't say he's the root of all evil because he has money. Like, yeah, he is that trope. He is the evil billionaire like guy. Like, yeah, he is that. But on the flip side, uh, Rachel is pretty well off, and and she's fine, and Victoria becomes uh, a way better person by the end of the original game. So just because you have money doesn't necessarily have to be an asshole. But yeah, that is definitely a thing. Ah. Oh shit. Oh, okay. No, I thought they were gonna fall over. Oh, excuse me. Let's see. Oh no, 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 system. I understood completely your your joke with the money. I'm just uh I'm just saying that he isn't the only like rich character archetype in Life is Strange. So there's a lot of you know like more positive spins on that archetype. Cause like I said earlier, there's well, in an earlier video, when I ranked Brody. Brody is technically a rich guy. Like, he has money. He doesn't have to be a wandering guy that like goes across the country and doesn't live anywhere. He just lives out of his van and stuff. Like, Brody doesn't have to do that. He just does it. So yeah, there's way more positive, like, rich character archetypes in Life is Strange than there are, like, stereotypical evil bad guy ones. Let's see. Um, who else we got here? Let's see. Before the Storm, Before the Storm. Oh, here's a quick one. The the only other teacher besides Miss Grant and and Jefferson that you see in Blackwell, uh, the theater teacher, Mr. Keaton. I will put him in. I'll put him above David. Only because he really entertained. Mr. Keaton really entertained me with how overly dramatically serious he is pretty much all the time. Especially during the play. Like, I loved all of his reactions when Chloe is performing in the play, and every time you were getting, depending on if you remember the lines and stuff, the different reactions he would make as everything went on was really funny. Was so funny. Especially his reaction, uh, if you if you got Victoria to if you got Victoria to drink the tea that had the muscle relaxers in it, if you got Victoria to drink that, and then when she passes out, his immediate reaction is so hilarious. That he doesn't care that she just collapsed on the floor. All he literally has to say is just be sad that the play is just crumbling even more. It's just funny. Like, I really liked Mr. Keaton. He was funny. I liked him. His reactions were funny. Especially when when Rachel is trying to convince Chloe and stuff. Well, technically she's convincing and pretty much pressuring Chloe into doing the Tempest play. And then Mr. Keaton is literally uh hold on, system, let me finish my thought and then I will answer you right after. Um when he's when Rachel is trying to convince Chloe to take part in the Tempest play, he's his reaction of also trying to pressure Chloe into going to the play, like, his what he says is so hilarious. Especially his line of, "What if I told you that the whole that the whole fate of this play rests upon your slender shoulders." And then Chloe's immediate reaction of, "I'd say you're super fucked." Oh my god, that those scenes have me in happy tears. all the time. Every time I go through it, it's priceless every time. Um, but yeah, uh, to answer your question, system. Yes. I don't know if you can see them down here, but we have three maxes down here. We have original Life is Strange max. We have double exposure max here, and then we have comics max. So we will be ranking three different versions of max, mainly because each of those versions of max. Hello, hello. How you doing? Um, but let me finish my thought. But yeah. So so you will so I will be uh ranking max three different times. Yeah, these portraits are very small to see. Like they are like high resolution photos, but you know when you do tier maker, uh, but as I was saying, when these are high resolution photos. It's just that when you go into tier maker, it kind of like compresses everything like really small, so it kind of gets a little hard to see. Um, but yes, Annie, I am doing very well. Thank you. I'm doing very well. I'm doing very well. Thank you. Thank you for asking, Annie. Thank you very much. Um, as uh yeah, as I said, there was a lot. There's because these games um uh you're welcome. Glad you're doing well too. Um, but yeah, these uh but these games have a lot of characters. And obviously, as you can see, we kind of blitzed through like a lot of them last time, and we're pretty much blitzing through a lot of them now. Uh, well, we're um, but yeah, my well, we're pretty much like chatting and ranking the Life is Strange franchise, like the well, it's primarily like a video game franchise. So if you any ever played any of the Life is Strange games, we're pretty much like ranking. Well, right now we're ranking the different characters. Um, but yeah, but yeah, there's a lot of characters. So uh, to answer your question real quick, Annie, because I don't want to go off topic too much. Um, which which Resident Evil 4 are you talking about? Are you talking about the original or are you talking about the remake? Um, and while you're answering that, I will continue my point here. Um, but yeah, uh, the original. Okay. Uh, I played both. I've played and beaten both to death. So, But oh, that's glad. Well, I'm glad that you know RE4 is your favorite. Uh, I do have. This is a little bit of a. This is a little bit of a preview of things to come. But when I wrap up, like all the stuff that I'm currently doing, cause there's like another video game that I was streaming like before I started doing all the tier list stuff. Once I finish wrapping up the entire tier list thing, I'm gonna go back and finish the other game that I was playing. I'm gonna wrap that up, and then I can't say exactly when it's gonna start because it depends on how long it takes me to finish all this off. But I will be doing a Resident Evil marathon of video games stream. So I will be marathoning like all the Resident Evil games leading up to Resident Evil 9. Yes, yes, yes. uh, okay, so yes, yeah, I'm glad you love I'm glad you love RE4. The original RE4 is definitely like a really big fan favorite for a lot of people. So I'm not surprised that it's one of your favorites. I'm not going to say what my favorite is because uh, you'll find out when I'm streaming it when we get to those streams. Cause a little fun fact about me is I my favorite video game franchise is Resident Evil. Like that's my number one like horror video game franchise is Resident Evil. So yeah, like Life is Strange is definitely up there. Life is Strange is definitely up there. But as far as like cuz I'm a big horror fan. Like I really love like horror movies, horror games and like stuff like that. I really like horror stuff. And as far as video games go, Resident Evil has always had like the characters and the video and the like design and everything was so good. That's pretty much cause Annie, my plan is to get to get this stuff finished, to try to get this stuff finished before October because I do want to start doing the Resident Evil streams and stuff during October. I do want to at least start them in October. So that's why I do want to get through all this stuff that much. Yes, system. I um I do as I've said, as I told you in the last stream, um I have like I intentionally set myself up uh to have a variety of different things that I've streamed. Cause as I said, along with all the Life is Strange games and stuff that I have streamed, which is all archived on my YouTube channel. Um, yeah, cause oh, that's great. Hey, the more streaming people, the better. You get more the more varying opinions is always awesome. Cool, cool, cool. Cause my logo for my channels and all my social media was also like professionally like designed and stuff. Oh yeah, Annie, definitely. It's really hard to find the time to like do this stuff. Cause for me, cause I do my streams whenever I try to get like free time. So I don't really have like a concrete like set schedule pretty much. So I definitely know how that feels. Um but yeah. Uh but yeah, that's something to look out for. Cause I always make sure I set myself up to have a variety of different tastes of different things. Cause as I've said before, don't I don't like pigeonholing myself. It's okay. It's okay, Bao. You don't have to talk. Like if you're good. You're good. You do whatever makes you feel what makes you feel comfortable. It's fine. You don't have to uh um but yeah. Uh but yeah, I don't want to pigeonhole myself into doing just one thing. Well, one type of thing because if you're just doing like one type of game, for example, then when you try to do other things, your audience may reject it because you haven't made them like used to that stuff. Ah, well, that's not good. Now, hopefully, you know, they can they can squeeze out a win. You know, but yeah, that's something to worry about in the future. Uh, well, that's for future streams and stuff to worry about. But let's try to get through this. Let's try to get through this tier list here because there's still a lot more characters to go through. Uh, uh, do you mean Discord? By DC, you mean Discord, right? Uh, um, Uh, ki- kind of, but I don't. It's not really used like that. I kind of have one, but not too much. But in any case, what do we got here? We got um uh it should be the same name as my channel. But if you send me if you send me anything, I'm not going to be able to look at it until like until after I stream and everything. Cuz I'm already distracted enough. Uh and I want to get through as much of these tier list stuff as possible. But yeah. So so who else we have here? We just did Sean. Oh, whoops. I mean, not Sean. Oh yeah, well technically Sean. We did Sean Prescott. So we're gonna go with where are you? Um. Uh. The links. Uh. My more active social media links. Should be like in the description, in the descriptions and stuff. You should you should see it there. I believe I have like everything linked pretty much. So you should be able to find like one of the links there. But yeah. What do we got here? Okay, so we got one of the heavy hitters here. Yeah, there you go. You could do that. You could do that. Yeah, Twitter is fine. Um, we'll go with Elliot. Let's get Elliot out the way, because I'm pretty sure there's probably a lot that people could say about Elliot. Let's see. What is that? Oh, oh, sorry. That was a different notification. Okay. All right. While this loads, so we got Elliot here. Uh, okay. Uh, okay. Okay, so anyone has any opinions on Elliot? Before we figure out where we're gonna finally put him. Oh, okay, there you go. Oh, okay, I got it. As I said, if oh, oh well, too late. but in any case, I'll anything that anyone sends me or whatnot, I'll look at it after stream, because as I said before, I don't want to get way too distracted. But yeah, back to Elliot here. Uh, I am going to put Elliot in. I'm gonna put him in. I'll put I'll put Elliot towards the end of towards the ooh, excuse me, towards the end of C tier. Mainly because Elliot's extreme jealousy uh tantrum that he goes on uh in uh in Rachel's dad's office is very unhinged and extremely possessive. Like, he has extreme possessive issues and really feels he's entitled uh, to Chloe's affection and attention. And he is pretty much the primary. He's the primary voice in Before the Storm of Rachel not being Rachel not like being bad and not being right for Chloe and all that stuff. Like, he's the one that's constantly fighting you, fighting Rachel, figuratively, not literally, but fighting Rachel for Chloe's like affection and attention, pretty much. And it is just really bad. Um, he is a a fun fact too. Elliot's purpose for also being in the game, uh, well, as far as Deck Nine goes, the reason why they put him in the game is he's also supposed to be a reference uh, from the original game, where Chloe, I believe in Mac in where where she where Chloe tells Max while they're in Chloe's bedroom after the pool scene that uh, that Rachel, not Rachel, but that Chloe, because Chloe tells Max that if Max asks her about like having a boyfriend or something at some point, she does tell Max that uh that that ooh, getting thrown off topic now. That that well, yeah, but that Chloe tells Max uh that she went through like a boy toy phase. So Chloe went through like a boy toy phase when she was trying to figure out that she's a lesbian. So so Elliot here is supposed to be a reference to that, to when Chloe was still like uh figuring that stuff out pretty much. So that was his like the conception of Elliot as to why he's around. And who else we have? I think. Oh no, we have one more. Uh, oh no, we have a couple of more minor Life is Strange Before the Storm characters. We have. Fuck. What was her? What was Rachel's spoiler, Rachel's stepmother. What what was her name? Uh I am drawing a blank on what was Rachel's adopted mother's, I mean not adopted, but her stepmother. Here we go. Okay, characters. Uh Shoot, I think I passed it. There we go. Amber family. Rose, there you go. I was like, how am I blanking on her? Oh, excuse me, on her name. uh, okay, Rose. Where are we going to put Rose? Um, I am going to put Rose in. Uh, well, she's gonna go in B tier because she's not. like she is sympathetic and stuff, but she, considering everything that happens and stuff in Before the Storm, she is very sympathetic. But herself as a character, there's not really a lot there. So I'll just put her in B tier with all the rest of the like kind of in between characters that are not really extremely good or extremely bad, and where certain characters probably would have been good, but they just didn't have enough time to really do much. Like they weren't really used like that. Um, let's see who else. Okay, we'll do these two characters because they segue into each other. We'll do Rachel's birth mother, Sarah. I will put Sarah. I'll put Sarah at the bottom of A tier. I'll put Sarah at the bottom of A tier because uh considering where Before the Storm goes, it is uh what happens with her is pretty messed up, and the fact that it's revealed that she wasn't taking the hush money anymore, because it turns out James was, well, he tells you that once you fully found out and kind of like start to expose that Sarah is Rachel's biological mother, and finally, tell Rachel the truth, or as we come to find out, James's version of the truth. Because the only thing that's true that James actually said was the fact that Sarah did get addicted to probably heroin or something. They never really state what drug specifically Sarah was addicted to, I believe. The, on, the only thing we know that it is a drug that's injected in the veins through a syringe and stuff. So it could be like a couple of different things. But they don't explicitly state what uh, drug specifically Sarah was addicted to. Um, which is why uh, James like took Rachel away and all that stuff, and they got divorced and all that stuff, is because James rightfully didn't want didn't want Rachel, who was a baby at the time all this was happening. Uh, yeah, exactly. System. They didn't want to. They with a lot of the when Life is Strange starts talking about like drugs and stuff, they kind of leave it uh like ambiguous. They leave it they don't really commit to showing you specifically what drugs uh, they are. Like even when you're examining, when you're walking around and you can examine like the different drugs and stuff that are around. Usually if they show you like a picture or something, if it's like a zoomed in like picture of whatever you're looking at, the labels of like the drugs are always like really like blacked out, like they have like the black bars and stuff all over it, so you don't can't really read what drug it is. I believe the only drug, yes, yeah, oh look, ambiguous was the word you were looking for. Yeah, well, I'm glad I helped, but yeah, they the only drug that they state specifically that you know of on screen is uh, the muscle relaxers that that Victoria uses during the Tempest play. Because when Chloe is looking at those drugs, it specifically says the name of the drug on it. Like it doesn't say specifically muscle relaxers, uh, but they have like the medical term uh for muscle relaxers like on the label of the pill bottle. And yeah, the system, yeah, that they the only other drugs that they state, well, obviously besides the weed and the pot, that's like obvious, is I believe the drugs when you have in the original game, when you get Frank's drug book where it shows like all the drug deals and the type of drugs that each student and stuff is like buying from him and things like that. Like that's the only other time that they kind of state like they name certain drugs. Well, Bao, I'm glad things are the game is looking up for you. Um, but yeah, um, but yeah, they intentionally leave a lot of this stuff ambiguous for various reasons. Like clearly these are intentional choices. So I can't fault Deck Nine and Don't Nod for like not really like stating like certain drug names and stuff like that. Like I don't fault them for that. That's fine. Cause cause at the end of the day, the name of the drug and the specific drug is not the point. It's the fact that the drug is there and technically what the drug does is the point of the story and the plot. Uh, yeah, that could be, yeah, system. That could be a reason, but as I was saying that uh, what the drug is called is not the point. The point is what the drug does within the story. Like that's the point. Like the name of the drug is not really gonna affect the story one way or the other, really. Um, but yeah, uh, to finish my point with Sarah, um, the fact that that she got clean. The fact that Sarah got clean, very hard got clean, because I think because Damon tells Sarah when they're in the burned down mill, that Sarah was sober for a year, before coming back to Arcadia Bay to try to see Rachel. Um, so she was already at the very least sober for a year, and she stopped taking James's hush money, because we find all the checks that she sent back to James. We sent them all back. Mm-mm. Uh, Come on, Bao. They gotta pull through. Um, but yeah, but she sent all the checks back to James, and James also uh, kept all of the letters that Sarah was sending to Rachel. So Rachel never got any of the letters that Sarah was writing to her for probably years. Because I don't think the letters have like dates on them, but we could presume that James was hiding those letters for years, because he has a pretty good pile of those letters that we see, and the fact that uh, Sarah was getting got a lawyer, and was getting a lawyer involved, and James was actively fighting against, um, legally he was legally Sarah was most likely gonna win some sort of, at the very least, like partial custody. Like at the very least, she was gonna win to see Rachel in some way legally, because we see the lawyer letter and everything from Sarah's lawyer that they sent to James and stuff, of him unlawfully keeping Sarah from seeing Rachel and all that stuff. And then to to hire Damon to uh, to fake Sarah committing suicide by intentionally giving her an overdose to make it seem like she relapsed and killed herself is crazy. Is just insane. So yeah, Sarah. Once all the big reveals happen, Sarah is totally like 100% like Team Sarah all the way. Which is why I was so glad. And this happened by accident. Like I had no idea this choice was so hard for people to get. I was so glad that I was able to convince Sarah to see Rachel, because she does get to see Rachel during the montage, where she goes to see her when Chloe and Rachel are sitting on the bench at the lighthouse. So I am so glad I was able to convince her to do that, because I didn't have uh, the bracelet. Cause during the after play scene, and you get the choice to either ask Rachel to get a tattoo or ask for Rachel's bracelet, or if you have very high enough relationship points with Rachel, you can ask her for a kiss, which obviously I'm gonna ask her for the kiss. Like, what am I, crazy? Since I didn't ask for the bracelet is a cheat because if you have the bracelet with you, you'll be able to give it to Sarah later in the mill after everything with Damon gets resolved. You'll be able to give her the bracelet, and that will make her go see Rachel a lot quicker. Uh, but if you don't do that, then during your conversation with Sarah at the mill, you have to do very specific answers to every question and stuff that she asks in that conversation. It's very specific. And if you succeed in answering all that stuff correctly, then she will show up at the lighthouse. So there's a really hard way to do it, and then there's a really easy way to do it. But I didn't know that when I originally played the game, and I just so happened to say the right things. Um, and I just so happened to say the right things. And got Sarah to see Rachel. So and then when I finished the game and I saw the percentages, and I think when I first finished the game, like only what, like 2% of people in the whole world like even got Sarah to see Rachel. So I was like, holy shit, is it really that hard to do this? And then when I looked it up, I was like, oh, it was that hard. I just got lucky. But yeah. But yeah, it's great. Uh plus it's also kind of implied too that because of some of the tattoos that are on that Sarah has on herself, that Chloe may have gotten some inspiration from Rachel's like arm sleeve. I mean, not arm sleeve, not Rachel. From Sarah's arm sleeve tattoos, and that's where Chloe gets her the idea for her arm sleeve tattoo from. So it's kind of like a little bit of like visual, like storytelling, where it's like if you do get them to like meet each other, which is probably the canonical way to go, then Chloe kind of gets like inspired to get the like tattoo sleeve from Sarah, which is pretty sweet actually. Um shit, there was a thought and I forgot what it was. I had a thought and then I lost it because it was along the lines of something that had to do with Sarah, and then I completely lost it. If I remember it, then I'll go back to it. Uh oh, that was the thought. As I said, earlier, Sarah being Rachel's biological mother isn't really the biggest twist, because if you look at Rachel and you look at Sarah side by side, it's pretty obvious that it's like uh that where is she? That Rose here looks nothing like Rachel. Like Rachel and Rose look nothing alike. So Sarah being her biological mother is pretty was kind of an obvious thing. Well, for me it was an obvious thing, cuz that was literally like my guess with Sarah pretty much from the beginning. Um and since we're going through some of the Amber family, we will put James. And we will put James on the bottom. We'll put James on the bottom. Ooh, excuse me. So James is going to be an F tier. And for now, James is at the bottom of F tier. He's not going to be the worst character. I think we all know what the worst character is going to be, but he certainly is close. And the only reason he's not going to be at the bottom by the end of all this is because even though he intentionally stole police evidence for a murder uh, to get Damon to overdose Sarah, um, by hiring Damon, he was also actively planning out a murder. Oh, and the worst part about it, he is the district attorney while he's doing all this. Which explains how he was able to get the evidence and stuff for Damon. But the fact that he was doing all this is fucking insane. But yeah. But just because he wasn't successful in actually killing anybody, that's the only reason he's not gonna be the worst of the worst. But yeah. So who else from Before the Storm do we have? I want to save the characters that have like multiple versions of themselves. I want to kind of save them for last, because there's going to be a lot to say about them clearly. So all right. So let's do True Colors. Let's start running through some of the more minor True Colors characters. We'll start with the worst. Well, from the beginning of the game, the worst character, but then as the game went on, it was like, you're not so bad, but you're still very problematic. Mac. where are we gonna put Mac on the tier list? Where are we gonna put Mac? Let's see. Mac is going to go. For me, Mac is going to go. Uh, let's see. I'm gonna put Mac. I'm just gonna put Mac. I'm just gonna put Mac in B. I'll put him behind Samantha. Only because 100% Mac's relationship with Riley is extremely horrible and toxic. And the fact that they're constantly going back and forth with each other is really bad. Um, Thankfully for me, I was able to make sure that Riley completely breaks up with him. So we pretty much finally put that relationship to rest. Um, uh, oh yeah, the system. Thank you so much. No problem, no problem. Anytime, anytime. If anything, I'll see if cause I read your schedule says that you stream. I think you stream on Saturdays. So if anything, I'll see if I stop by your stream and check you out again. So so if anything, I'll see you there. So yeah, thank you yet again. System, thank you again. Yeah. Because that's why I was able to tune into your stream yesterday because I checked your schedule and I was like, oh, he has a schedule checked out. So thank you so much. And the same to you. You could the same to you. You're welcome. You're welcome anytime. Like anytime you see that I'm doing like a stream or something and you want to stop in and stuff, by all means, go right ahead. And as always, uh, all these streams and everything are all archived on my YouTube channels. I mean my YouTube channel. I always the links for the YouTube and everything is in the descriptions and everything. You could find them around. But I always archive the streams on my YouTube channel right after the streams are done. So So that way, if you don't find if once Twitch deletes the streams and stuff, you can always find all the past streams and stuff on the YouTube channel. So that way, if anything, if you have to leave or anything, for anyone that has to leave and whatnot, you can always catch up with anything you missed uh, on YouTube, no matter what. YouTube system, have a great night, and thank you so much. But with with all those goodbyes out the way. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I know. It's already been 4.5 hours. Oh yeah, yeah. System. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, as I said, everything's there. Everything's there. Um, but yeah, everything's there. All the hodgepodge copyright issues. Yeah, yeah. All the past streams are there, even with all the copyright problems that all the Life is Strange videos pretty much caused me. But hey, I knew that was gonna be a problem when I streamed the games anyway, so it's whatever. um, ah, come on, come on, Bao. You don't have to cry in a corner. Don't do that. Look, if you start crying, then I'm gonna start crying, and I already did enough crying when I streamed all these Life is Strange games. So I don't need people to see me crying on stream any more than they already have. uh okay. So, what are we going to do? We're going to do well, well, Bao, in several of my Life is Strange videos, I'm definitely using I'm definitely using a bunch of piles of tissue to wipe a lot of tears from my eyes. That's another reason why I keep these tissues like kind of like next to me off to the side. Especially during this tier list, if I start going over certain things, I may start tearing up a little bit. So I always have to have the tissues off to the side for me. But yeah. Um Oh yeah, that yeah, that's what I'm saying. That yeah, see you did. There you go. Yeah, during the last stream that you tuned in for when we were examining all the attendees at Chloe's funeral. Yeah. Well, that wasn't that bad. That wasn't that bad because we had the audio muted for the video, so we weren't like hearing the full music and everything. But but yeah, it when I actively streamed the games, like when I was actually playing them and streaming them, I was definitely like just full on, like just like waterworks were going on like a lot because you know when I'm playing it and I'm hearing the voices, the acting, the music, it's all there. So it makes it even more of a waterworks crying scenario. So yeah, but yeah, that well, Bao, that's not great. Would have been they gotta they gotta they gotta do better, man. Maybe when you maybe when you get back to school and get back to when you get back to playing, maybe you can get them to get more better, or maybe you guys need a new coach or something. Maybe the coaching is not. Oh, I don't know. Maybe the coach needs to needs to keep needs to keep at him. I don't know, but yeah. Let's see who else we got here. Okay, we just did James. Who else we got? Uh, oh, okay. So it seems like I may have been right. Maybe you guys do need a new coach. I don't know. But yeah. Let's see. Who else do we have? Uh, okay, we did Mac. Okay. I was about to say I was like where. Uh, oh, what do you mean? Bao, what do you mean about why choose your old school? Because you're talking about your coach, but what do you mean by him choosing your old school? But let's see who else from hmm. Oh, he he graduated from my school, and I don't know why he came back to coach. I don't know. Maybe the coaching job was open. I don't know. Um, I will. Oh wait, actually, we'll do Riley because because we were just talking about Mac, so it kind of makes sense that we do Riley. Oh, well, there you go. he he came back to your school because there was a job opening. Um, let's see. Okay, Riley. I will put Riley. Where did I put Mac? Oh, I put him over here. Um, because she's definitely gonna go above Mac. I'll put Riley in A tier. Um, oh, you're talking about which wait, which video game am I streaming now? Is that what you're asking? But yeah, Riley. Oh, characterize. Uh, we haven't technically finished one whole game because I'm saving like the main characters for the last couple of characters that we're gonna do, because there's a lot to say about like the main characters. So right now we're doing some of the supporting characters for True Colors. So right now we are on Riley from True Colors, and Riley is Mac's girlfriend. Yeah, yeah, you have. Yeah, you pretty much been here since the beginning of the character tier list, pretty much. Um, and I thank you for the continued support, Bao. Thank you very much. Um, but yeah, Riley is Mac's girlfriend. Uh, I wouldn't say Bao. I wouldn't say you influenced Lila's ranking. All you did was confirm pretty much where I was gonna put her. So pretty much all you did was uh cement my ranking of her. That's pretty much what you did. Because I was already gonna put her that high anyway, but but what you said was like, yeah, definitely A is the right choice. but uh, but yeah. So as for Riley here, uh, her main fault, her main fault is that she was in a relationship with Mac for so long. Like that's her main problem. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Um, well, with Lila, since Lila was the first character we ranked, um, wasn't gonna start with Lila. Like I was gonna save her for later, cause I the original plan was to save some of the more characters that I have a lot to say about for later in the rankings. But uh, but you know, since you brought her up, it was like, hey, I might as well talk about her now. So obviously, I had a lot to say about her. So that's the only reason, you know, it. Oh no, that's fine. But the the point was, since we were already gonna talk about her anyway, it only made sense to rank her like at that point, because it was like, well, I'm already gonna talk about her anyway, so I might as well rank her at that point. So it's good though. It was a good beginning. It was a good beginning of the to start with. It was a good one to start with. Um but yeah, so Riley's only fault is that she was in a relationship with Mac for so long. Um and he's obviously extremely problematic with his constant possessive jealousy issues, because he's always thinking that Gabe is sleeping with Riley, even though Gabe is already in a obvious relationship with Charlotte. Uh, hey, Bow. Just to clarify, technically, you cemented my choices because Kate, uh, because Kate was always gonna be an S tier. Let's not let's not kid ourselves. Kate was always gonna be an S tier. She's an angel. She did not deserve anything that happened to her in that original game. She is an angel. Let's see. But yeah. I didn't realize. Oh, you didn't realize I was gonna rank Kate that high. Plus, plus you also have to remember. Technically, right now, Kate is the only character that's an S tier, because let's not forget, Hot Dog Man is just here for the joke. He's just here for the memes. Because we all know Hot Dog Man is not an actual character. He's just a mask. He's the mascot of the series. So unless we get a unless we get a living, breathing Hot Dog Man at some point, but primarily Hot Dog Man is only here just for the lulls, pretty much. That's the only reason Hot Dog Man is up in S tier. Plus, it's good he's there anyway, because he keeps Kate company until she gets some friends up here to join her. As I said in the last stream, Kate can write a children's book about Hot Dog Man. Um, but yeah. So so Riley uh dealing with Max uh jealousy and possessive problems because, as I said, he thinks Gabe is sleeping with Riley, even though Gabe is in a committed relationship with Charlotte, and it's very obvious. Because everybody in the town knows that Gabe and Charlotte are together, so he's just extremely paranoid. Um, even though I can see why he's paranoid because we hear it in the phone call because he hears Riley and Gabe together. Even though the only reason Riley and Gabe is together is because Gabe is helping her with her college acceptance letter and stuff. And Riley wanted to keep it a secret until she finds out that she got accepted or not. So she wanted to wait before telling anyone. Uh, which I can understand with how secretive she is about that. As to why Mac would be, why that would feed into and exemplify his his jealousy and paranoia and stuff. So I will give her fault for that. Is that I get what she was doing, but she indirectly pretty much caused a lot of problems for herself and for Gabe. So I will give her that. Uh, but everything else with Riley is great. Her well, almost everything else. Um, because her other issue is her I believe her aunt or her grandmother. Because I believe she calls Eleanor Nana. So I think that may be a reference to maybe like an aunt or something, or maybe a grandmother. Uh, it really depends uh, on what you think Nana uh, is. Well, on how because different families use that word to mean different things, so it depends on how her family would use that word. Um, but yeah, but that whole situation is also kind of problematic. But we'll talk about that more when we get to Eleanor. But but yeah, um, but she's a great character. She's good. In the ending montage, we do find that she's moving on from Mac, and she's starting to date other people. Hmm. Uh oh. Let's see. Uh, well, hopefully they can. hopefully they'll be able to score, I don't know, something in the second half. But what do we got? So since we're discussing Riley, that might as well segue into Eleanor. So, Eleanor is okay. I was like, how is it? I thought this thing was moving too much. Anyway, Eleanor, I will put. Mm-mm. Mm. Also, also, Bao, you have to kind of forgive me that I am not the biggest expert when it comes to like a lot of sports. So I only have uh vague, like basic really understanding of some of a little bit of like every sport. Okay. Okay. Cuz I know a bunch of my friends and stuff are really into like uh like football, like baseball, like stuff like that. Like that type of stuff has never really been something that I am like heavily interested in. Uh but I'm happy that you are extremely passionate about it. Cause hey, you gotta you know I value I really value somebody who gets like a uh who has like a real passion about something and you know is really like dedicated and stuff to it. Like I really find that really good. Yeah, I know. I know that well, I don't know that feeling myself cuz as I said, I don't follow those types of sports games and stuff. But I have been around my friends and stuff when they're like watching the games and stuff. And I do see how like really into it and really annoyed they get when like their team is like not scoring anything and they get like real frustrated and stuff. I definitely know what that looks like. So, um let's see. Eleanor, I will put her right next to Riley, because she's also because Eleanor is a very sweet lady. She's a very sweet old lady. Uh, I'm making sure her name is Eleanor. Because I'm pretty sure it is. Because I remember the True Colors characters. I remember well enough. I had no idea their mother had a name. I guess her name was written somewhere because no characters ever say her name. But but yeah. And you gotta love when there's 50,000 pop-ups going on too much and it starts slowing that down. But in any case, while that's trying to figure itself out in the background, Eleanor, uh, she is a very sweet lady. Uh, she's not really. She doesn't have anything really bad per se. It's just that uh, she does have a big problem though. That she's dealing with dementia or like Alzheimer's or something. I don't think they explicitly state what uh, mental illness Eleanor is suffering from. The only thing that we know she's suffering some is like memory loss. Like that's the big symptom that she's dealing with is that she's like losing like gaps in memory, and she has to like try very hard to like uh constantly remind herself of stuff. Either someone has to kind of like trigger something to remind her, or she has to like intentionally like leave stuff around to remind her of things. Um, which wouldn't be so bad if she's not trying to hide it from Riley, because she doesn't want Riley to know, because if Riley knows, then Riley's not going to want to go off to college because she's going to be too worried about Eleanor. Even though Eleanor is seeking treatment and stuff, like she is seeking treatment and stuff on her own, it's just that she's hiding all of it, you know, from Riley, because she doesn't want to cause her to lose like a chance like at like future like jobs and success and career and like all that stuff. Like she doesn't want to do that. So that's why she's doing it, which is understandable, cuz I've been in that situation too where I've had like an illness or something, nothing to the degree that Eleanor is suffering from, but I've had like sickness and stuff that I was dealing with, and I was hiding it specifically from uh, from a particular family member of mine, because I knew that if they knew, they would be so worried sick, and it would end up getting them sick. Like they would make themselves sick from just like the constant worrying and stuff about me. So I hated doing it, but like hiding it from them uh was sadly the better option, but you know, but it still sucks that I had to do it. So I could definitely relate to on some level to Eleanor's issue. But yeah. Um Also, Eleanor is a big character that you have to uh keep a good relationship with to try to get the best ending in True Colors at the very end. Because if you have a good enough relationship with, I believe, four specific characters, uh, you'll be able to get the best possible ending, pretty much, that you can get in the game. And Eleanor is one of them. And you pretty much get that ending by obviously helping out uh, with her memory issues in a very sweet scene where Max uses Max where Alex uses her rewind powers, her powers of emotion, of reading emotions and kind of experiencing the emotions that people are feeling and stuff. Alex using her powers to help Eleanor remember certain things at the inside the flower shop that Eleanor owns and runs. So helping her with that like is really sweet. Um, and also very sad because helping her remember that also uh has her remember that Gabe, Alex's brother, uh, was recently killed, and she was not able, and because she didn't remember any of that, she didn't show up to the wake and everything. And then she starts breaking down and apologizing and crying to Alex over it, and it's really sad. The performance and everything is really good and everything, so it makes it even worse. so so yeah, uh, she's a really good character though. But keeping her lie, because obviously helping her with her memory, you find out why, like what her issue is. But um, she she uh, to win her vote, because they're having like a town council meeting, to win her vote during that meeting, you you have to keep the lie and not tell Riley about her memory issues. So so it's it really sucks. So I definitely can relate to this situation here. Um, on some level, not exactly as I said, but close enough that I can feel for it personally, from personal experience. Um, let's see what else we got here. Well, who else we got here? We'll go with one of the quicker ones. Diane. Yep, it was Eleanor. Yeah, I had to double check on that and make sure. But yeah, so we got Diane here, and Diane is the representative for Typhon, the Typhon Mining Company, which is the primary employer to a lot of Haven, the Haven Springs residents, the main town that True Colors takes place in. So she's the representative. She is. I am going to place her. I'll place her behind Mac. Um, uh, she is also a part, unwilling, because you find out later she's an unwilling part of the conspiracy to cover up Typhon's shady business that caused Gabe's death in the first place. So, because you find out later that she was trying to make sure that Gabe wasn't in a situation to get killed, but she was being heavily. She was pretty much being blackmailed without the company explicitly blackmailing her, but they were giving her enough hints to pretty much be like, do what we tell you, or you're gonna like lose your job and stuff like that. So there's that. And we actually find out that she is genuinely remorseful, but she does do a good performance and stuff of towing the company line, and she and she uh, keeps a copy of all the evidence of Typhon's shady businesses, uh, just in case Typhon decides to come after her. She has a bunch of evidence, so she could blow the whistle on them at any point. So that kind of keeps them from coming after her or doing anything to her. So yeah, they don't know she has that, but yeah. So um she does come around like by the end of the game. Like once you start exposing everything like out in the open, and it doesn't matter anymore. She's more comfortable with like fully just corroborating like everything Alex finds out and stuff by the end of the game. So she's all right. She's not that bad. Uh, she also definitely her scene with whether Ryan or Steph is trying to get her on a date to distract her, so that way Alex can steal the USB of the evidence, is really funny. Especially uh, the Steph option, really hilarious. So yeah, that's why Diane goes on B. Um, who else we got here? Uh, let's see. Hmm. We'll go with Officer Pike. So we got Officer Pike. Um, I'll put Officer Pike. Officer Pike is I'll put him behind Samantha. He's definitely above Mac though. Excuse me. Mac is Pike is uh the best police officer character in any of these games. Like he definitely has the most screen time, I believe, out of all the like law enforcement characters. Like obviously all the law enforcement character, he definitely has way more screen time than any of the Life is Strange 2 law enforcement characters. Like this cop during the interrogation with Sean and the FBI agent. Like definitely Pike is better than those. Um, so he is uh so he has a crush on Diane. Like he's pretty smitten with Diane. So Diane uses that to like manipulate him into trying to into delivering like blackmail to Alex when Diane forces Pike to arrest Alex because of the stealing of the USB. So yeah. Um so yeah, she definitely Diane definitely like manipulates like Pike and stuff. But yet again, it's all because it's this circle of blackmail. Because it's the same thing with Mac. Because Mac is also being blackmailed by Typhon because he was the one that got Gabe's call uh, to stop the mine blasting because Ethan uh, was in the blast zone and they were trying to find him and get him out. So they were trying to have them stop the blast to give him more time to find him. And Mac was trying to do that, but Typhon ignored him. Like they got his message, but they ignored him, and then they blackmailed him into denying that there was ever a call and stuff like that. So, um, at the very least, Mac does come clean to Alex and stuff, and pretty much like tells her all that. At least after uh, you potentially help Mac with a panic attack, and then you go into his like emotions, and then you see like all the paranoia and everything. really trippy emotion uh emotion sharing sequence, because all the emotion sharing sequences in True Colors with Alex's powers is really fun. I really like them. They're really good. Uh, because the Eleanor one was really good. The Mac one is rightfully like disturbing and stuff. Because Eleanor's was more sad. Uh, Mac is more creepy because it's the elements of like in paranoia and stuff like that. So it's pretty creepy. Um, let's see. But yeah. So other than that, Pike is really fun. Um, really good character. I really liked him. Um, especially since he's not the stereotypical like asshole cop guy who's just like constantly like riding you, and it's like okay, whatever. Um, but yeah, he's great. Plus, he was really good friends with Gabe, because Gabe was really good friends with like a lot of people in True Colors. Cause Pike he was really good friends with, Eleanor, Riley obviously, obviously not Mac. Like he was never really good friends with Mac. Like they were always like butting heads. Uh, and obviously Charlotte, because we haven't gotten to Charlotte later. And then Charlotte's son Ethan, he was really close with too. Um, and the owner of the Black Lantern Bar, which is the bar that Gabe worked at, and that he lived above, um, Jed. He was also really close with him, and what was it, Ryan? Ryan down here was also Gabe's best friend, so yeah, he had connections with a lot of. Oh yeah, and Ducky. How am I gonna forget Ducky? He was also really good friends with Ducky. He was especially drinking buddies and stuff too. So that was really fun. Um, even though Gabe wasn't a giant alcoholic, he was a pretty responsible drinker. Like he had all his shit together. So I have no idea. That's oh, it's it's always a thing. I don't know. It at the very least, at least it's not spammed. It usually just it usually just pops up like what, like once, maybe twice an entire stream, and that's it. Like all of last stream, I think it only popped up like once or twice maybe. So it's like, hey, as long as it's not spamming it, and everyone knows what it is anyway, so everyone just pretty much ignores it, so it doesn't really matter. Uh, but yeah, um, but yeah, as I said, that's where Pike lands, and uh, and lastly, Pike is also a vote uh during the council meeting too. And the only way that you can win his vote is if Alex uses her powers during Pike's fake interrogation thing, where he's uh, telling her that Typhon is forcing him to like blackmail her and is trying to make her like uh, sign stuff and show her that they're always watching like her friends, like they're always watching her, they're always watching like Ryan and Steph and whatnot. So you pretty much have to take Pike's fear away. You have to like take his fear of Typhon away from him, so that way he has like the courage enough to help you uh, fight against Typhon and not have you like be arrested and put in jail and all that stuff. So yeah. Because in the end, you're trying to give him the USB as evidence. But if you take his fear away, then he's pretty much gonna use the USB to like to help you. So that's great. Um, like, cause obviously, um, Pike is supposed to take the USB and give it back to Diane. But if you take his fear away, then he's gonna hold on to it and he's gonna help you uh, expose Typhon. So yeah. Who else do we put? Let's go with Ducky. Let's go with Ducky. So Ducky, Ducky, Ducky. We'll go with. For Ducky, I'll just put him in the lower A tiers mainly because he's I really like Ducky. He's a really 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 fun character. Uh but there's not enough of him in the game. Plus, some of the more heartfelt moments and stuff with him are very easily missable. Because some of them you have to kind of know beforehand that they're there. Especially his most like heartfelt one. Uh, oh. But yeah, Ducky. Ducky doesn't really, cause his best moment is easily missable, cause it's during the what was it, during episode 4, during the spring festival. You can miss him in the Black Lantern because he's kind of off to like the corner, like in a back room, so he's very easy to miss. Especially since the game uh, dumps you into the park where the festival is, and the only way you can go explore the Black Lantern is because you have to backtrack and manually go into the Black Lantern to even find him in there. And then you come to find out that he's really sad because the Spring Festival reminds him of his dead wife and stuff, and it meant a lot to them being at the festival together and stuff. So he's kind of like depressed and drinking his sadness away, which is very bad and not healthy. Um, and instead, Alex can kind of read his emotions. Doesn't get the full like trippy emotion like world sequences that like Eleanor gets and Mac gets, and a couple of other like important characters do get. But Max finds like a feels like a nice memory of Ducky and his wife and stuff, and she ends up you could go to the jukebox in the Black Lantern bar, and you can play the song that you could hear in the background of the memory that you're feeling, and which gets Ducky's attention, and then you pretty much end up like having this sweet little like slow dance with him, and it's really really wholesome and really sweet. And what's good about that too is if you do it early enough, you can have him uh, show up during the festival like he's like socializing at the festival, and when Alex and Steph are doing their live performance, he him and Eleanor, because these two cannot uh can eventually be gone or not show up at all during the performance at the festival. Excuse me. Oi, hold on. Oh, excuse me. Show up at the festival. Um, if uh, if you don't do the whole slow dance emotion thing with Ducky, uh, and if you tell Riley about Eleanor's memory problems, so yeah, so that's disappointing because during the performance, if they're both there, you can see them like dancing around and like enjoying themselves during Alex and Steph's musical performance. So not seeing that is pretty bad. So you would definitely want to do that because it's pretty wholesome having like everyone, pretty almost everyone in town like watching you and having a good time. It's pretty cool. Because not everyone is gonna be there for because of like actual story reasons, but at the very least, these two can be there. Uh, no matter what other choices, you can help them get there, which is pretty cool. Uh, who else do we have? Hmm. do these two as a pair. So first, because this is the quickest one to, I feel like it would be the quickest one to out of the two to rank, and that is Ethan, little boy Ethan here. I will rank him. I will rank him. I'll rank him. No, he is going to be. He's going to be above here. Mainly because. Uh, well, first of all, before we get to the more positive reasons as to why he's this high, let me go over the negatives as to why he's this low. And that's because he is the one that is responsible for why Gabe was in the situation to be killed in the first place, is because he did not listen. He doesn't listen regardless. It doesn't matter what Alex says to him or does or anything. Ethan always like goes to the mining, the old mining area, and then Alex, Gabe, and Ryan go to look for him. So if he did not listen, if he actually did listen and not do that, then Gabe would still be alive, and pretty much the plot of the entire game wouldn't happen. But that one dumb decision pretty much had a big ripple effect that affected like a lot of things. Which Ethan, Ethan knows. Like he knows he fucked up big time. He knew that before Gabe even died, but because he ends up getting himself stuck in on a cliff, and Alex, Ryan, and Gabe have to go through this whole process of trying to get him off the cliff and everything. They succeed, but right after they succeed, that's when the bombs go off, and then all the rocks start falling, and then Gabe gets hit and gets knocked over the cliff and stuff. So, but yeah, so, uh, so Ethan knows he fucked up, like really badly. So um, so I won't fault him for that. Like, he definitely. Well, I'll fault him for not listening, but I'm not gonna fault him for. Well, I'll give him kudos for being, uh, uh, like really like uh acknowledging that yeah, I fucked up, and making it like really obvious. Like he's not trying to run from it or anything. He's like, I know I fucked up, and he's like really messed up about it. But and positives for Ethan is he's a really creative kid. He makes like comics and stuff, which is really wholesome because when he meets Alex and stuff, he gives her like a copy of his like comic book and stuff. It's really fun and wholesome. And then during episode 3 of True Colors, which the whole episode is about cheering Ethan up, he is uh, you're cheering him up by doing the LARPing session that Gabe, Ethan, and Steph, and I think maybe Ryan, we're gonna go to um, before Gabe ended up dying and stuff. So since they couldn't do that because of those obvious reasons, um, Steph Steph is like the main mastermind, but she decides to do the LARPing session in Haven, and she was able to get pretty much the entire like town to go along with it, cause Ducky participates. Uh, Ducky participates. Um, Jed participates. Ryan participates because he plays like several different monsters that you're supposed to like fight and kill during the LARP session. So, so Ryan's pretty fun during that whole thing. Steph is like the magic shop like dealer and stuff, and she's dressed up as a witch and stuff. So it's really like fun. Like almost all of the everybody who's participating is also like dressed up in some like medieval like esque uh fantasy like outfit of some kind, which is really fun. Um and then when during this whole LARPing session, when you're doing the fighting, when you're fighting Ryan as some of these like monsters and stuff, uh the game turns into like a turn-based RPG system and stuff where you have like spells, you attack and stuff. It's really fun. And then later uh, when you're getting ready to fight the final boss of the LARPing session, which turns out to be Jed playing the role of like the whatever evil bad guy you pick. Um, he like his emotion Ethan's emotions are so happy that it changes his costume in like full like warrior armor thing, and then Alex's costume is in full like bard like outfit, and then the combat system becomes like fully traditional like uh traditional turn-based like RPG like uh like UI design, like the user like interface stuff. So really 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 fun stuff. So that's why I put Ethan that high. And then, since we're talking about Ethan, we will talk about, let's see, Charlotte, Ethan's mother. So for Charlotte, I will give her. Hmm. Hmm. What would I give her? Hmm. Ooh, excuse me. I'll give her. I'll put her next to Ethan. Mainly because Ethan is not Ethan. Mainly, I put Charlotte next to Ethan mainly because she's below Ethan. Mainly because she doesn't have like the really cool LARPing uh, section with him, so she loses points on that one. But she's right next to him because of her. She is uh, genuinely a pretty sweet character, at least until the whole Gabe thing happens. And because she was in a relationship with Gabe, it really like hits her really really hard. Um, and then she uh, becomes like extremely depressed and stuff. And then she starts towards the end of chapter 3, after the whole LARPing session and everything. Ethan does break down towards the end of the LARPing session because right when he seems to have gotten over it, uh, the the sirens for the blasting um, can be heard. Like he hears those, and it just puts him into like a PTSD situation, and he's already back to depressed because it just makes the whole Gabe situation like rush back to him, so he gets like that. And Charlotte pretty much sends Ethan to stay with his biological dad. So she with his birth dad. So that's why he. So that way he's not around all the sirens and everything, and he can actually, like properly heal and stuff emotionally. He does text you like on and off throughout the rest of the game, so you kind of get like updates on how he's doing and stuff. So he does text like Alex and stuff here and there. So that's nice. Um, uh, so at the same time, while Ethan is sent to stay with his birth dad for a while, he um, Charlotte is spiraling more because she was also helping with the LARP thing too. And then once all that effort got flushed down the drain, she starts to get even more depressed because now uh, her getting happier was seeing Ethan getting better. But now when Ethan just plummets back down, she does the same thing. So instead she uh Alex can go see her, and she's like uh kind of trying to make a sculpture, but she's a little too depressed and angry. Um, so Alex can go into her anger and see why she's angry, and then it comes to find out that uh, she's like blaming everybody for Gabe dying. She even blames Gabe to a certain extent uh, about dying because Gabe kind of made her like love somebody again because obviously she previously had a bad breakup with Ethan's dad. You don't really get any clarification on what exactly happened to separate them, but we do know it's bad clearly. But but yeah, but clearly not so bad that Ethan isn't allowed to see him, and clearly not bad enough where Charlotte is not willing to send Ethan over there. So, yeah. But but yeah, she blames Gabe for making her like love somebody again. Uh she blames Ryan because Ryan had to cut the rope because to get Ethan off the cliff, Gabe and Alex were like uh were uh tied with rope and stuff to kind of like balance everything out and just in case somebody fell. Um but uh but when the blast happened and Gabe got hit and fell down the pretty much got hit in the face with a fucking small little boulder to his face. And if that didn't kill him, him getting knocked down off the cliff from that boulder, and then obviously since he's most likely dead already, he was like pulling Alex off the cliff too, and then Ryan like grabbed the rope and temporarily like stopped them, but with the rocks starting to come downhill and it was gonna crush all of them, he had to make the decision to cut the rope and let Gabe's body most likely to to fall down the cliff and uh, get presumably crushed by all the boulders that are falling down the cliff. Uh, and then and then Ryan was able to get like Ethan and Alex over to a nearby little like, I wouldn't say it's a cave, but it's like a little thing that they could like hide under that was safe from the boulders, so that way they could wait for the boulders to stop falling, so they could leave. But but yeah, so she blames Ryan for that. She blames uh, Alex because all the bad stuff started to happen once Alex came into town, so she kind of blames her for that. Uh, and then the big one, which she's not wrong, but obviously because it's your kid, she blames Ethan because if he never went up to the mines, then none of this would happen. And Charlotte is having like uh, emotional conflict because she hates, because she has the feeling of hatred towards her son for that, and she also hates, oh excuse me, hates herself for feeling that way. So it's a very big mess of emotions, and a lot of anger at so many different people, including herself. So what she so with Alex, what you can do is either take her emotions, her well, her anger, or you can not take it away, but try to give her some words of encouragement. And then later during the after the festival performance, um, she'll like uh, Alex will notice her like in the back and stuff, and Charlotte will kind of go over to like the little dock or something, a dock by the park, and she'll uh, depending on your decision on whether you took the anger away or not, she'll uh, she'll either be an emotionless husk if you took the anger away, like instead of taking just the anger, Alex kind of took like all her emotions away. So she kind of doesn't know how to feel anything. Um, but if you didn't take it away, then you can comfort her and have a nice little heartwarming moment on the dock and help her actually process her like anger and stuff and sort it out and stuff, and that's really good. Um, which is also what you have to do to win her vote at the end of the game. Is you have to not take her anger and then like try to emotionally support her after. So that's one thing there. Um, Also, Charlotte also owns the the weed dispensary that is also in Haven. So she owns and she runs it. Also, to win her vote too, before all this emotional stuff and everything, um, back in episode 2, you have to visit her because you don't have to visit her, but you get like a little notification of like you can visit her if you want to. But if you do visit her, you come to find out that Diane has left her a substantial um uh money conditional money contract to sign, so that way she can't like try to go after them for wrongful death in regards to like Gabe and stuff. So pretty much like a hush money contract type of thing. Um, so if you do visit her, she'll ask your opinion about it, and then you could help her decide whether she takes the money or not. Which taking the money means no matter what you do from that point on, uh, Charlotte isn't going to be able to help you at the end because she legally can't at that point. So even if she wants to, she just can't do it. So yeah, that's a bad choice. Plus, the only good thing about that, because she even tells Alex this, is that it's a lot of money that they could use for Ethan's future. But that's about it. Um, which, in my opinion, uh, isn't worth the price. So, as I said, you could tell her not to sign it. Also, if you don't visit her, then Charlotte is gonna sign the contract no matter what. So, so visiting her is the only time that you will have a choice. You will have a say in that decision. So if you don't visit her, then she just does it. So, in any case, that's pretty much Charlotte. Pretty fun character. I like her sculptures and stuff though, and it's not just sculptures. She does like other art pieces. Like she gifted, because Gabe has a couple of, I think a couple of things from her in his apartment. So she's, and even in the dispensary, she has like a couple of different artistic pieces that she put around the dispensary. So she's pretty multi talented as far as her like artistic talents go. But in any case, um, so that's Charlotte in B tier with Ethan right next to Ethan, which I think is appropriate. Who else we got here? Are there any smaller characters in True Colors left? Uh, um, yes, but this is gonna slightly touch on something else for the overall like for the final tier list. Because in the final tier list, we're gonna rank like all the games, the comics, with taking everything into consideration, all the other tier lists, and then we're gonna decide where we're gonna rank the whole complete package. But this is a little tease for that because that tier list is gonna have a couple of things that didn't fit in these other tier lists. Um, but yeah. So we'll go with this character. And this character is in True Colors, is introduced in True Colors, and you only hear her. She only has like one real voice line, I believe, in the main game, and that's it. Is excuse me, Steph's ex girlfriend, who she broke up with before the events of the game even start happening. So they already broke up and stuff like off screen like a while ago. Uh, but yeah, Steph's former girlfriend, Izzy. Um, not much to say about her as far as True Colors go, but um, I will put her. Uh, I will put her above. I'll put her in. I'll put her at the beginning of B. Her ranking should might shoot up because there is certain things that are coming, um, but it's not going to be released until like next year. So maybe if we do like a revised ranking at some point when more like Life is Strange content and more stories get added, then maybe we could like revisit this and then like add to it and stuff like that. But but for now, Izzy is in B because as far as True Colors go, she is she's only in that like one little memory collectible that you could find, which is Steph and Izzy's former band that they used to be in together. What was it? I believe it was called Drugstore Makeup. I believe that was the name of their band. And you could find a pin, a little button pin of the band. And then when you read the emotion attached to that pin, that's when you hear like the breakup scene that they where they break up and stuff, and like why that happened, which leads to my uh the big thing about Izzy is a trans woman. So Steph was dating a trans woman, which isn't the reason they broke up. Like there is no thing where Izzy was like lying to Steph about it, and then she like broke up with her over it because the whole thing of like, oh wow, that is, well, that's not good. Wow, Bao, we need to hire you a new coach. We need to hire your school a better coach. But as I was saying, Izzy is a trans woman, and as I said, the cause for Steph and her breakup is not her lying about being trans, because the whole, oh, you were lying to me that you were a man before and now you're a woman, and Steph is like full lesbian, so it's not that dating Izzy made Steph like question if she's really into guys or anything because of Izzy being trans and formerly a man and all that stuff. So it wasn't that. It was the fact that Steph decided, because the reason that they were in Haven was because they had like a performance there, and Steph really liked the town, so Steph decided to stay in the town. So Steph decided to stay. Steph wanted Izzy to stay, but Izzy was too worried about the fact that she was trans and the town being so small where everyone kind of knows everybody. Uh, where everyone kind of knows everybody, and she didn't want to deal with any potential like prejudices and like stuff like that, and be the only trans person in the whole town and like stuff like that. Like she didn't want to deal with it. So that's why she broke up with Steph, because it was like, if Steph is staying and I'm not gonna stay, then obviously this relationship is pretty much gonna end here. Um, but yeah, but yeah, I don't know, Bao. I don't know why you wouldn't have made a run for it. I guess. Like I don't know if your teammates probably thought uh they couldn't make the goal. Maybe, I don't know, but at the very least they should have just tried. Because at the very least, score some points than no points, right? But yeah, but back to Izzy. Um, that's not the reason she's this high on B. It's because of let me get it off my shelf. It's because of this novel right here. Oh, okay. So maybe. So I guess maybe I guess since you put it that way, I guess Bao, they were too I guess they felt they were too far and they couldn't run it, I guess. Well, they couldn't confidently run it, I guess. But in any case, as I said, they were Izzy is that high on the list because of this novel. Because of the Steph Story novel, because of this novel, which this novel is gonna be on the overall franchise tier list. It's just how are you gonna split this novel up for like the chapter tier list? Because there's like 30 something chapters here, and some of these chapters are like maybe like less than 10 pages in some of them. So it'd be weird. Like how would you piece that out? So I'm saving the novels for the overall like last tier list when we combine everything. Um but yeah, Izzy's story is really good. Uh Izzy's story was really good in this because this covers pretty much uh the entire relationship between Izzy and Steph. So pretty much how it began, how they got to know each other, when they actually officially made it official that they were dating and stuff, and then uh their relationship and all that stuff, how that goes. Also, uh, forming their band and everything, coming up with the drugstore makeup name, all that stuff. Uh, she is also the whole battle of the bands, because the main plot of this, once we get into the forming the band with Izzy and all that stuff, you meet Izzy's like former bandmates that Izzy was in a band before this, but left because of some bullying of her and some of her like song ideas and things like that. So she kind of wanted to go out on her own, and then when she discovers Steph and they form a band, they start becoming like rivals to Izzy's former band. So so you got that whole thing too. That takes up a good amount of this book. And then after that is when we get like um, the full breakup part that True Colors like gave you the little glimpse of, but now you get like the whole lead up to that breakup, like, and then the aftermath of that breakup from Steph's point of view, which leads directly into like the beginning of well, not the beginning of True Colors, but like starts to lead in that direction. So it kind of segues there pretty good. Um, you could say it kind of leads into the Wavelengths DLC a lot more, since the Wavelengths DLC takes place before True Colors, and the end of the Wavelength DLC leads directly into Steph meeting Alex for the first time. So pretty much this book leads into that, and that's why Izzy is this high, is because of the events of this novel. This novel is really good. Um, which also a little hint of the future of the Life is Strange novels is Izzy is going to be the main character of the next Life is Strange novel that I believe they announce that it's potentially coming out next year. They didn't specifically say when next year, because they don't even have a cover made for the new novel yet. So TBA for next year. Um, and Izzy's gonna be the main character, and it's pretty much gonna follow her perspective after the Steph breakup and stuff. So we're gonna see well, we're gonna read what she's been up to. The good thing about that new novel is that the author of this of Steph Story's novel, is returning to write Izzy's novel, which is good because she was the one that gave Izzy like an actual character and stuff. So having her come back for the to write a Izzy kind of solo centric novel is gonna be interesting. I'm very interested to see where that goes, and then maybe Izzy will either move up or maybe she'll move down. I'm confident she might move up, or she might stay in the same ranking. But I'm anxious to see. I'm definitely anticipating how that goes. Since I like this novel so much and it's being written by the same person, then gives me more hope that that'll that the new novel will be good. Ooh. Oh, my nose is running a little bit. Must be the freaking change of weather around here. Cause sometimes it's been cold, and then sometimes it's been pretty hot. So you know when that happens, uh, you end up being getting fucking sick. So if I'm not careful, Bao, I'm gonna be joining you on the sick bed if this change of weather keeps going the way it's going. Um, but yeah. So that's where Izzy goes. Um, let's see. Ow, ow. What do we got? Mm, we got. Uh, I think I'll leave. I think I'll leave Izzy as the last character for this ranking session. Mainly because I want to leave the rankings on a more positive note, and Izzy was more positive. So one of the other characters I could think of doing, uh, but it would leave the stream on a little bit more of a depressing note. So yeah, I want to leave the stream a little bit more positive. so all right. So Izzy was the last character that will rank for this session. As you can see, we still got plenty more characters and a lot of big heavy hitter characters if you can see. So so hopefully hopefully you all will tune in for you guys will tune in for the continuation of these Life is Strange tier list streams that I'm somehow still doing. Thank you, Bao. I entirely appreciate all your support yet again. Like everybody that has especially all the new people that have been coming in, and whether you're just watching and you're not, oh excuse me, whether you're just watching and you're just lurking about and you're not like in chat or anything, uh, it's totally fine. Like none of you have to, but I appreciate like all your views and stuff, no matter what. Uh, and that goes for anyone that is not able to watch live and watches like the archive footage, whether it's on whether it's here on Twitch, as long as it's still up on Twitch before they delete delete it, or whether it's archived on or whether it's archived on my YouTube channel. However you watch any of my streams, I I wholeheartedly, very passionately thank all of you for any views, for watching anything, whether you're watching for the whole stream or whether you just come in and you just want to say hi or whatnot and maybe interact a little bit, because we all know everyone, people have lives. Not everyone can uh sit down at a on their phone or on their computer or maybe on their TV or something, because smart TVs and all that stuff, for at this point, what runtime we got? Like 6.5 hours. Hey, bow. Hey, everybody, every viewer counts. Every viewer counts. But I'm pretty sure you're joking. I'm pretty I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure you have like other stuff to do besides just football. uh, but uh, but yeah. Besides not really, and somehow I'm passing school. Hey, hey, the way I see it, Bao, if you're passing, I guess you're doing something right, right? I guess you just keep doing what you're doing, I guess, right? You know the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Exactly. But also, they bowed out. They had to bow out a couple of hours ago. But also special thank you to System earlier. Um, very cool. Very cool. They thank them for their support and stuff too. In the and Bow in the big uh, live stream last time, in the previous tier list video, which ran over what, like over like 9 hours or something by the time we were done. So thank both of you for coming back for this one and sticking with us, and for Bao especially for sticking with us for pretty much what was it, over 6.5 hours at this point. So as always, thank you all so much. but yeah, but but remember, like I said, That over 8 hour, that over 9 hour, like 8 hour, 9 hour live stream, however long it was, uh, that is not a that is not an everyday thing. As I said in the beginning of this stream, that was definitely a just going with the flow, a spur of the moment thing. It was definitely one of those things where we all got into a good flow of a conversation, and we, you know what, I'm good for this wrap up here. I'm going to go full screen for this one. Uh, that, as I said, we got into a really good flow of conversations and whatnot. Very insightful, in depth, like conversations and stuff. So I didn't want to cut that short. I wanted to, you know, keep it going and whatnot. And we definitely did. Because, as I said, it went over 3 hours more than I was probably planning on doing. So, hey, I wasn't complaining. Like, you know me, you for those of you that were there for the whole thing, I was engaged. I was active. I was trying to answer like everybody's like questions, like reacting to like the different things and stuff that was being said. So hey, yet again, thank you all for that, and thank you all for this stream. And with that, as always, this is JR here signing off, and I hope I will catch you all in the next one. Later on.